So thank you guys for being here at 8:30. I know it's a nice and early start to the day. There's been a little adjustment. We're going to have our coffee break pushed up just a little bit earlier so you don't have to wait too long for your snacks. And we'll just get started. So this morning, we are so lucky to be joined by Mrs. Shauna Thomas. And she's a Justice of the Peace. She's the Chief Technical Director overseeing crime prevention and rehabilitation in the Ministry of National Security. And she's worked in the public sector for over 20 years. She's worked on pretty much everything from international taxation to fiscal management and economic sustainable development. So let's just hope you all have your taxes in order before Madam comes up to the podium. But please join us. We're so happy to have you here.
Says good morning, everyone. No, man, I'm more bright and sunny morning. People who went surfing and all of that. You're up and ready, raring to go. It's my pleasure being here. So I would like to start off with some acknowledgements. The Honorable Mrs. Justice Lisa Palmer Hamilton of the Supreme Court. Mrs. Diane Gordon Harrison, I'm not seeing her here yet, but we will still acknowledge her in absentia. The National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons, the Office of the National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons. Mr. Bukini Waruzu, I met him earlier, my pleasure. The Executive Director, Free the Slaves. Ms. Sandra Maynard, Pro Vice Chancellor of Global Affairs, the University of the West Indies, Mona. Professor Vereen Shepherd, I'm not seeing her as well, but still acknowledging Professor Emerita of History and Gender Studies, University of the West Indies, Professor Elizabeth Thomas Hope, Chair of the Environmental Management, Dr. Jason Haynes, Associate Professor of Law and Deputy Head of Postgraduate Studies, the University of Birmingham, UK, and representatives from the offices of the international organizations and other anti-trafficking organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, wow, you see how much important people are here? I could be a little afraid, but I'm happy to be here. So it really is an honor to be here this morning, and I'm deputizing for my permanent secretary, Ambassador Alison Stone Roof, who is unavoidably absent. And the permanent secretary actually acts as the chair of the Jamaica's National Task Force Against Trafficking in Persons. And so I know that she would have been more than happy to be here. So you have to just make do with humbly me in the interim. I will try to represent her as well as I can. I'm happy to participate today in the second Freedom from Slavery Caribbean Regional Forum on Human Trafficking. On behalf of the Ministry of National Security and the Task Force, I want to thank the National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons. Even though Mrs. Diane Gordon Harrison is here, we want to give her her regards and her team for collaborating with the Free the Slaves organization and for their gracious hospitality in hosting this forum. I also want to thank all who have come today to participate in this timely and important dialogue on demystifying, and as I'm not sure if I should read that again, welcome Mrs. Diane Gordon Harrison. I am giving regards from my permanent secretary, so let's do a do-over so you can hear. So, on behalf of the Ministry of National Security and the Task Force, I want to thank the National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons, Mrs. Diane Gordon Harrison, and her team for collaborating with the Free the Slaves organization and for their gracious hospitality in hosting this forum. I also want to thank all who have come today to participate in this timely and important dialogue on demystifying human trafficking in the Caribbean context, the intersection of culture and human trafficking. The Caribbean is home to an extraordinary and diverse cultural tapestry, encompassing a wide range of traditions, languages, cuisine, art forms, customs, and is renowned for its beauty and warm hospitality. This has always been a source of pride for its citizens and a magnet for tourists from around the world. However, despite its cultural dynamics and beauty, the Caribbean is not immune to the scourge of human trafficking, as the region is a source, a transit, and destination point for human trafficking. This is manifested in various forms such as child sexual exploitation and domestic servitude. We recognize that culture and human trafficking in the Caribbean is a complex issue, influenced by various norms, socioeconomic, and historical factors. Therefore, while we recognize human trafficking as an egregious criminal act and a grave violation of human rights, understanding the nexus with our culture can provide us with insights into the underlying dynamics and challenges faced in combating this problem in the region. In return, therefore, cultivating a proactive and measured approach. As we convene for this essential dialogue, we are here to explore and dissect the current anti-trafficking approaches across the Caribbean region. Our objective is to delve deep into the multifaceted landscape of combating trafficking, with a particular emphasis on the critical pillars of policy, legislation, victim identification, and referral systems. Additionally, we will dissect the pivotal role of public-private partnerships and cross-border collaborations in the fight against the grave violation of human rights. In this shared space of learning and collaboration, we have a unique opportunity to exchange knowledge, share best practices, and foster relationships that have the power to transform our collective efforts into meaningful impact. The insights and experiences that will be shared during this conference, and of course we started yesterday, are not just words. They are seeds of change that have the potential to bloom into a future where human trafficking is fully eradicated and every individual is treated with dignity and respect. As we deliberate, and I want to share some key, or I'd like to share on behalf of the ministry, some key considerations. Firstly, Caribbean countries have made significant strides in developing comprehensive anti-human trafficking policies and legislation that are aligned to international protocols, such as the United Nations Protocol to Prevent, Suppress, and Punish Trafficking in Persons. These frameworks prescribe penalties for perpetrators and provide a legal foundation to support prevention, protection, and prosecution efforts, and have enhanced law enforcement capabilities to investigate trafficking cases. In some instances, these actions are further strengthened where specialized units or task force are established with law enforcement agencies to focus on combating human trafficking. However, collectively, we must continue to strengthen and align our legal and operational frameworks to ensure effective prosecution, and of course, the protection of the victims through a shared experience. This includes taking into consideration, as we spoke about earlier, cultural norms, collecting reliable and consistent data, and trafficking in the region to assess the scope of the problem and the effectiveness of our policies and our legislation. We must also continue to explore opportunities to bolster these frameworks to address new and emerging trends, such as those that are online and those that are driven by technology, which also facilitate human trafficking in the region. We need to explore and share the experiences on the operational and the legal challenges in detecting, investigating, and prosecuting this method of trafficking. We also, and I think my PS wants to underline and emphasize the importance of strategic partnerships, which are essential to the success of the anti-trafficking efforts. We need to strengthen the legal frameworks. We need to raise awareness. We must provide support services for survivors so they do not feel re-victimized, that we are allowing for social empowerment for vulnerable communities. We must collectively leverage our cultural resources to prevent the exploitation of our most vulnerable. Partnership, and we're saying partnership again, PPP, is crucial towards strengthening victim identification and referral systems and victim-centered approaches, as survivors of human trafficking require specialized support services, include safe spaces to seek protection, such as shelters, counseling, medical assistance, legal aid, and of course, reintegration programs. To make this effective, we know well requires the sort of collaboration that we need between governments, civil societies, and of course our international partners. We must also raise the awareness, so that's the second pillar that we want to focus on, particularly about human trafficking among the vulnerable populations, including women, children, migrants, to provide information on the risks of trafficking. We must emphasize here that the public-private partnership, non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, and of course the private sector are crucial to this fight. I call on all of you to recognize the transnational nature of human trafficking and the importance of countries in the region working closely in other regional and international organizations. Therefore, we must consider the region's history of migration and displacement, when and how it has created vulnerabilities for trafficking. Cultural factors such as language barriers, limited social networks, unfamiliarity with local laws and customs exacerbate the vulnerabilities. It is important, and I think this is where our permanent secretary really wants us to emphasize, it is important to underscore cross-border collaborations between Caribbean nations. And so I think this forum, of course, is applauded, which has enabled joint investigations and operations targeting trafficking networks that operate across national borders. It is through this type of partnership and collaboration that the Caribbean counter-illicit trafficking strategy was developed to address the regional crime and security threats caused by the illicit trafficking in drugs, arms, ammunition, and of course, humans. The strategy aims to deny illicit traffickers the ability to exploit the region as a route for the movement of illicit commodities and to promote security in the Caribbean. It represents a type of cooperation we should foster to address the transnational nature of human trafficking and to facilitate the exchange of information, intelligence, evidence, and of course, victim support. And I would like to close by encouraging us all to take a more collaborative and culturally informed approach to enhancing our capacity to prevent trafficking and protect the rights of victims in the region. I'm confident that we will strengthen our efforts to raise awareness. Conferences like this are very critical. Strengthen our legislative frameworks, improve victim identification and support system, and enhance cross-border cooperation. Again, we want to give our sincerest thanks to the National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons and her team and the Free the Slaves organization for its partnership in facilitating this important dialogue, and to each of you for your contributory efforts. I also want to pause right here to also recognize, I'm sure that you have already recognized her, but I know that the permanent secretary would want to give regards to our team member, Mrs. Budai, who works so tirelessly along with the permanent secretary as the chair of the National Committee. So we want to recognize Mrs. Budai from the Ministry of National Security. And so I think that I look forward, and I represent the PS, she looks forward, even though she's not here, to the outcome of the dialogue on these important themes. And I hope that you have a very productive forum for the rest of today and going in tomorrow. All right, all the best.
Thank you for those opening remarks. Now we'll be welcoming back Mrs. Diane Harrison. And of course, she's with the Office of the National Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons in Jamaica. She's also I think you call them barristers, or she's a lawyer. She's an amazing lawyer. I think we all understand that. Let's see. We have a bunch of panelists that I believe Ms. Harrison will be introducing for us. So with that, Ms. Harrison, please take the stage.
Do you need, you have everything you need at the bottom?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Morning, everyone. I hope that all persons rested well, and for those of you who joined us in country last night, that you have acclimatized well. All right, so this session, if you have a look at your programs, is really a panel discussion, and it's entitled Exploring Recent Developments in Counter-Human Trafficking Policy and Legislation in the Region. There are 3 distinguished panelists whom I will invite to join me on the podium. And once they're here, I will tell you just a little bit about who they are so that you can see that you are in good hands in terms of marshalling this particular discussion. So I invite Dr. Jason Haynes, Dr. Cherise Francis, and Mr. Mario Cordero Vejar to join me on the podium. All right, so of course, building on the success and the momentum that yesterday brought, I know that you're all eager to dive into what we're going to be discussing this morning. And what this panel hopes to do is to look at the different forms of human trafficking as they manifest in Jamaica. I know yesterday we spoke quite a bit about sexual exploitation because it perhaps is the most visible and easily identifiable one. But as you all know, we have other forms of human trafficking in the region. We have domestic servitude, forced labor in the form of forced begging, we have debt bondage, we have forced marriage, and the list goes on. So the panel will delve into some of that in the discussion. And what we'll really seek to be doing is to be looking at any recent developments in legislation in the region that are of import to our discussions here. And perhaps also equally important is to look at the framework, looking at the UNODC's model tip legislation and any best lessons and practices that we can glean from that particular guidance. So I'll now introduce the members of the panel and we will hand over to them. We're gonna have Mr., or should I say Senor, practice my Spanish a little bit. Senor Cordero Vejar will be the first person, and he will be guided by some PowerPoint slides, and I will tell you a little bit about Senor. So I'll put the Spanish down because you all are laughing. So Mario will work, okay. So Mario is currently a program officer under the Human Trafficking and Migrant Smuggling section for UNODC's Regional Office for Central America and the Caribbean, and he's based in Panama City. He has over 13 years working in the international arena on topics related to organized crime and drugs, particularly in the field of trafficking in persons and smuggling of migrants. Now, Mario is no stranger to this area, as prior to being at UNODC's regional office, he worked in Mexico at UNODC there, and he really had under his purview a wide array of topics to include human trafficking, gender-based violence, and border management, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Now, Mario is multifaceted because he also worked in the private sector, and he is a journalist by training. So it means that his communication skills are very good, so listen out for that. And he is fluent in 3 languages, Spanish, English, and French. I don't know which one he'll be presenting in this morning. I'll just introduce the other 2 panelists as well. Cherise really needs no introduction as she so eloquently acquitted herself yesterday. But just to remind you who Cherise is, though she's trying to distance herself from my noble profession, I'll start with that. Cherise is counsel, she's an attorney at law, but she has gone on to do doctoral studies in human trafficking. She has always had a focus on human rights throughout her journey in academia and her volunteering activities. Cherise very interestingly worked from 2019 to 2020 at the Human Trafficking Institute as a judicial research assistant to the designated trafficking in persons judge in the Belizean High Court. This role, of course, no doubt, was perhaps the precursor that had her focus, her PhD studies, on examining the culture, history, discourses, and law surrounding anti-trafficking in the Anglophone Caribbean at the University of Warwick in the United Kingdom. We also have Dr. Jason Haynes. You might remember him from the Fish Bowl yesterday afternoon. Jason is also an attorney at law, and he, in fact, is a son of the Caribbean, as is Cherise, because Cherise is from Barbados originally. Jason is originally from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and he has a close affinity as well with Barbados, having worked there. Currently, he is an associate professor of law and the deputy head of postgraduate studies at the University of Birmingham in the United Kingdom. Jason was previously a senior lecturer in the Department of Law, or the Faculty of Law, at the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus. He has consulted throughout this region and perhaps externally as well on the issue of human trafficking, and has drafted sentencing guidelines on human trafficking for the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. So with that synopsis, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that you'll agree with me that you are in very good and capable hands, and that they will maneuver us through this particular topic with great ease and dexterity. So with that, Senor, I welcome you to the podium for your slides as you share with us a bit about the sample legislation. Thank you.
Bonjour à toutes et tous. Good morning to you all. Buenos días a todas y todos. Thank you very much for the introduction. So I think I'll just jump in, if that's okay. So thank you very much just to Free the Slaves for organizing this. It's just such a tremendous effort, and we really acknowledge this. And of course, the government of Jamaica for inviting us and letting us stay here. So, okay. When I was preparing this presentation, I thought it was quite hard in terms of when we talk about international standards, we usually refer to the United Nations Convention on Transnational Organized Crime, and this was something that was. This is very hard to move. I think I can use this if it's okay. Perfect. Okay. So, and it was created in the 2000s, 25 years ago. Does this still respond to the context in which we are now? As you all know, this is a legally binding instrument, and I try to capture what is currently, or what we can envision talking about CARICOM countries, whether they've ratified it or not. And I want to highlight something very important. The first thing would be that 7 out of 14, this is half of the countries, have ratified the convention, right? As we know, we have 3 protocols. Out of these 2 protocols on trafficking and smuggling, trafficking's only 6 out of 14, and for smuggling, 6 out of 14. And the second question that I have is, can we talk about trafficking without talking about smuggling? We're going to see this later on. Okay. Next. Okay. So just a quick timeline. We can't talk about the present or the future without talking about the past. 2000, it's created, amazing. We have 2 protocols, right? The 3rd protocol was introduced later, which is on trafficking in firearms, as you all well know. And until 2003, it was the year in which UNTOC was finally entry on force, right? UNCAC, something very important and that we usually don't discuss, the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, was later introduced. What I want to say is that the human experience cannot be captured into one single document, and not everything can be put into paper. We try our best, but we have to recognize that human trafficking can occur in such different and multiple settings, and that to try to capture that reality is so difficult. And as you know, especially for practitioners, just trying to identify this crime is such a great challenge. When we're talking about the convention or an international standard, we must think and reflect, does that capture the local reality? Does that capture the reality in the Caribbean? And does that capture each of the countries that are part of the Caribbean? So just moving really, really quick, in 2018, As you know, there is a mechanism, a peer review mechanism, which basically is a questionnaire that allows us to analyze what are the challenges, how well this convention has been implemented, right? And it's amongst countries, and it really helps us to get a better in-depth understanding of what is the status quo. And finally, well, this was launched until 2020, so we're talking just 4 years ago, even though this was created 20 years ago, or more than 20 years ago. And something that I just want to highlight, and because it's going to happen soon in July, it's that there are certain working groups that are part of the Conference of the Parties, which are or serve as spaces or mechanisms to discuss particular topics that have been identified and that need further understanding. Okay, so moving really quick. Based on this, based on UNTAC, UNODC developed a model law on trafficking in persons. I don't know if you know this law, but basically it serves as a roadmap to adapt, reform, create, draft specific legislation on trafficking in persons. So it's general enough to have a general overview of what are the basic and most essential provisions a law should have when we're talking about trafficking in persons. It adheres, of course, to the United Nations Convention on Transnational Organized Crime, but it's flexible enough to understand that not everything can be put in paper. I try to sum it up. Of course, I can share the links to the presentation, whichever resources you might need, but I think this is particularly important or relevant in the context of what we're talking about today. So it's divided into 10 chapters, right? Starting, of course, with the definitions, criminal offenses, prevention, protection, partnerships, prosecution. But something that is very important and that I'd like to highlight is that this model law also is accompanied by a legislative disposition or manual, which basically is a step-by-step roadmap into how you can reform a current legislation or how you can create wholly new legislation for countries that do not have, which is not the case. Something also that I really like to stress is the criminal provisions. I don't know actually, I was researching this throughout the week. I don't know if you heard about new modalities such as pig butchering. Have you heard about this? Pig butchering? No? Yes? So, for example, we do have sexual exploitation. We do understand the importance of cyber-enabled trafficking in persons. And now pig butchering, right, which is a very, I know, a weird term, is basically victims of trafficking being forced into scamming persons online, okay? There's a really interesting video, I'll share it with you later. So basically, what do we do with these types of new modalities or exploitations or that are a combination of different modalities, right? Is this framework enough? I think that's the first question. The second one is, and I was looking into Sharice's research also, and just talking about, for example, cultural practices, traditions. It is so important to apply an intercultural approach because we cannot really understand what is happening, or the people that can understand it best are the people that are actually living in the country, right? They have the best experience. They know what is actually happening. So in this approach, I think that's a very important concept is sharing knowledge. And by sharing knowledge, we can actually have what I like to call like a global perspective, which is global experience and local experience. And by combining those two, we can really have a better and more refined synthesis of not only how to approach and understand, but how to move forward. And just finally, I think I'm good on time. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, perfect. So I tried to thematically just group what I think is really important to have in mind when we're talking about challenges, policy, and legislation. The first thing is survivor engagement. We cannot do anything for them without them. And this is the first thing. No one knows better what is needed than a survivor, right? Second, context. I've already mentioned this, but which year are we? 2024, yeah. Yeah. 24 years after this was created, does this still work? My answer, a bit biased maybe, because I work for the office that is guardian of this convention, is yes. But, as I've mentioned, it is so worth discussing, right? And just acknowledging that, again, that we cannot capture the whole human experience in just one document. Okay. Geography, again, it is so difficult even to categorize Central America, the Caribbean, right? These tags might enable, but might also be an obstacle when we are not only discussing, but when we're actually talking about cases and how we decide to either investigate or identify. Geography has a lot to do. Cooperation is sometimes based on geography, right? Particularly when we're talking about cross-border trafficking. And I think that's something that, of course, is very subject to a more broader discussion based on geopolitics. I'll leave it at that. Modalities. Something that also has surprised me a lot, and that we should also, I think, not only look into the criminal cases of how this is happening, because it's not criminalized yet, but if we can have better indicators to analyze and understand how we should proceed is, by women that decide to rent their wombs, right, for other people to have children. At what point is this exploitation? At what point should we discuss this, of course? And at what point should men even discuss this, since it's a female body decision? It is something also that I would just like to highlight, and I think we can discuss further throughout the conversation. Pig butchering, again, it is now present in Asia, but of what we're seeing, this is going to move also to the American continent. Okay, again, smuggling of migrants, of course, two separate crimes, but as we well know, it can start with smuggling of migrants and then turn into trafficking in persons, and then again, continue with the smuggling of migrants. So there's an intersection between both crimes, which of course do need two different legal frameworks, different legal dispositions. However, I think when we discuss one crime, it is important to at least have in our radar or in our minds the other crime, as I said, intersects. Technology. This is going to be a very, very big challenge. Also, as you know, there is not a discussion, but the UN, the Convention on Cybercrime is currently being negotiated. It has been stalled, but this also is going to shed light, or not, into how we are addressing crimes and how cross-border cooperation and international cooperation at its largest is going to be deeply affected by cyber. Just on this note, I asked AI yesterday to draft a small paragraph on recent developments. Please let me just read really, really quick. So, recent developments in counter-trafficking legislation and policy across the Caribbean have shown progress in addressing the issue of human trafficking in the region. Some successes include the adoption of comprehensive laws criminalizing human trafficking, the implementation of national action plans, and the establishment of regional partnerships to enhance cooperation and coordination. These initiatives have helped raise awareness about human trafficking, provide support service to victims, and strengthen the legal framework to combat this crime. So, AI, good news? Could it be, right? But when we're talking about cyber-enabled trafficking, I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay. What I think are the main things to focus on moving forward. So we do have an amazing international legal framework. We do have a lot of countries with national legislation. This is true. I agree with AI on this paragraph. But we can have the best laws, but if they're not enacted or enforced, it's as if they didn't exist, right? And if they don't exist, usually you don't talk about it. And when you don't talk about it, it doesn't exist. So it's kind of a vicious circle. Increased resources. I think we pretty much all know what needs to be done to prevent cases, to provide better assistance, to enhance criminal investigations. But there has to be sustainable funding. There has to be sustainable finance to do this. We're putting impossible goals and objectives where, and I'm not just talking about money, I'm talking about people, I'm talking about education, I'm talking about provide us the means so we can actually get the work done. And this is very, for me, it's critical. Also, for victim services, again, I don't know, for me, the first thing should be specialized assistance and protection for victims and survivors. Data collection, again, if we do not have quality data that backs or guides or drives the decision-making process, it's really just working in the dark. Finally, as a specialized office of the United Nations, I think it is just, and it's at the core of our work, to foster collaboration. And by collaboration, I do want to stress that collaboration, particularly during criminal investigations, this requires trust. So basically, cooperation is trust. And spaces like these, I really do think that they help to build trust. We're humans. We work, we thrive in a trust-enabling environment. Trafficking persons is not always transnational. No. It's actually shifted throughout the years in a lot of continents, in a lot of countries. For example, it might be more likely that the person that is going to exploit you is something that you know, might be your partner, might be your neighbor, right? Might be someone from your family. However, it is so important to recognize and identify that this crime has a transnational dimension to it. And particularly as we move or are already in this digital era, the transnational dimension is gonna keep on having more importance, but also, again, trust is gonna be fundamental. And trust, by trust, I mean also, of course, trust that is embedded in a national framework that we can all understand and follow. Okay, I'll leave it at this. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Mario for giving us the framework and the input and guidance from the UNODC's perspective. What we're going to do for the Caribbean panelists is we're going to have a conversation, and we're going to try to build out a little bit more or focus on local pieces of legislation within the region and look at any practices that we think are worthy of emulation. So what are the successes? And look at any gaps. Are there any gaps that we're concerned about? And is it time for us, as Mario said, to create those linkages so we can have a better trust environment because of enhanced opportunities for collaboration, and to have AI give us an even more wonderfully glowing assessment as to what's happening in the region. So we're going to start off with question number one. And Jason, I'm going to ask you to chime in on this first and comment for us in terms of any recent legislative developments in the region in relation to anti-human trafficking. It's not working.
Yes, so Guyana has passed a recent piece of legislation on trafficking in persons. It is, from my estimation at least, perhaps the most profoundly impactful piece of legislation that I've seen in terms of its consistency with Guyana's international obligations, both under international criminal law as well as transnational criminal law. Mario mentioned the Palom Protocol as an example of transnational criminal law, but also international human rights law. And there are several international human rights instruments that provide for trafficking in persons, or at least the prohibition of trafficking in persons. It covers a range of issues which go far beyond what other countries have adopted to date in their legislative frameworks. So I'll give some examples. So it provides definitions of key terms that don't appear in other regional instruments. So we have come to appreciate that there are various forms of trafficking, apart from sexual exploitation, including, of course, forced labor and servitude and so forth. It defines all of those forms of trafficking in persons in very exacting terms. And it provides also for newer forms of trafficking, or perhaps ones that hadn't previously been recognized in the Caribbean context, such as the trafficking for illegal adoption. It provides also for trafficking for the cultivation of cannabis, which is a grim problem in the United Kingdom, but with some externalities in some jurisdictions. Certainly when I've done research on St. Vincent, that has been one of the linkages which I've seen insofar as new developments with regard to trafficking is concerned. So in that respect, therefore, it covers a multitude of trafficking offenses, including some of the more recent ones, and it defines exploitation in non-exhaustive terms, such that newer developments can be captured by the legislative framework. It includes specific provision also on a national referral mechanism, which is lacking throughout most other jurisdictions. Or if they do exist in other jurisdictions, they are contained in policy or administrative guidance rather than in legislative frameworks. So it emphasizes fundamentally certain key principles regarding how victims are to be identified in accordance with principles related to dignity, their integrity, respect for freedom of movement, and their consent, which is something that has been raised as a concern by some victims in some of the interviews that I've conducted with victims across the region, that they've been pushed into a system oftentimes where they haven't necessarily had an inclination toward that particular system. In terms of penalties, it talks not only about imprisonment, and it imposes life imprisonment for trafficking in respect of adults or sometimes in respect of children as well, but it says that that's in addition to forfeiture and in addition to restitution. So oftentimes in legislation in the region, we've seen that those things have been disaggregated. So yes, you might get punishment in the context of life imprisonment or other related forms of custodial sentence, but then there's no follow-up in terms of, are the victims getting the appropriate restitution which they so desire to get their lives back on track? And are the proceeds of the crime being forfeited? Obviously, traffickers are motivated by the proceeds of crime. If you disgorge the proceeds, then that affects the cycle of how things are done.
Right, I want to interject with a question,
Yes.
Jason, just so that we're clear, because other pieces of legislation provide for restitution to victims.
Yes.
And of course, we all know, in terms of the anti-money laundering and the proceeds of crime regime,
Yes.
that it is often recommended that a financial investigation accompanies a human trafficking investigation. Is it that you're saying this new Guyanese piece of legislation mandates
Absolutely
that
does.
once there is a human trafficking investigation, there has to be
Yes.
a corresponding proceeds of crime investigation?
Absolutely, yes, which is fantastic.
It is, it is.
Because it doesn't cross investigators' minds, generally speaking, to initiate proceeds of crime proceedings alongside trafficking investigations. Both are seen
Absolutely.
as separate entities
Yeah,
as such.
absolutely. That piqued my interest because in one of my reports, actually, to Parliament here in Jamaica, that was a very firm recommendation that I made, that investigators must analyze the financial component because people are in human trafficking as a profitable business. So if you're not hitting them in their pockets, then it doesn't really dissuade them. And the other thing you mentioned in relation to restitution, is it now saying that the particular presiding judge must consider restitution? It's not an option, but
Absolutely.
it's a mandatory consideration.
Yes, and interestingly
Fantastic.
as well, it adds that if the perpetrator in question is a state official, that when the judge is making an award of restitution, that the state is liable in those circumstances for
Fantastic.
whatever loss that the victim has sustained, which is
Fantastic.
fantastic. And certainly I have not seen it in any other piece of
Yes.
legislation
That's
globally.
really forward thinking.
It is.
Charisse, I'm going to invite you to jump in while we continue to explore Ghana because it sounds absolutely fascinating. And the question I have for you, Charisse, is what does this legislation now say about the non-punishment of victims of trafficking? Are there any expansions to the usual suspects of immigration and prostitution? Or is it still looking at those two as the main non-punishable crimes? If you could tell us about that.
Great, thank you for that. It appears it cannot escape law. Let's talk about it. So Guyana actually does something really interesting. It does also still mention the idea of non-punishment for prostitution and for immigration, but it also says for any other criminal offenses that come out of trafficking or related to trafficking. And that ties generally with the entire ethos of this new legislation because it focuses a lot more on victim and survivor voice than I've seen in any of the other Caribbean legislation. So for example, it provides that a victim can give a statement in procedures where we see it for other kind of criminal offenses. This legislation now provides for that, a victim impact statement. It talks about how the victim must be notified and what must be told to them throughout the procedure. How do they keep involved at every single stage, every single level? And that in itself speaks a lot to what punishment could look like. Because in my work and research, talking to different victims and survivors, what I've recognized is, while there might not be formal punishment for offenses, certainly being kept on the outside of something that concerns you, your life, and your reintegration is a form of punishment and exclusion. Because at that point, and what we've been practicing so far, it isn't really about that person and how they've been affected. It's can we get a conviction or can we get a prosecution that benefits the state? So this legislation shifts that focus and I think does much more for justice.
Yeah, it sounds more like participatory justice. So the victim is getting a center stage opportunity to participate in what is going to impact his or her life in a very real way. Now, if you could tell us, because I'm curious, in terms of the Guyanese model, do we have specialized judges who preside over human trafficking matters, or is it that they have beefed up their judicial training and capacity building, that any judge who gets a human trafficking matter is properly seized of all the factors?
So there is no specific indication in legislation that judges that are specific to trafficking cases will hear those cases. But what it does provide for are case management procedures and systems that allow for a more expeditious disposal of those matters. So, for example, an explicit provision is that when judges are sent, or rather when those matters have to be heard that relate to trafficking in persons, the judges must give priority to those matters. And beyond that, the legislation also talks about paper committal rather than preliminary investigations or inquiries rather, such that the time that would ordinarily have been spent on those types of matters in the past has essentially been eviscerated. So I think in that context, it will speed up trafficking trials. And as you know, victims don't like reliving trauma that is associated with trafficking. And if it is that matters go on and go on, as they often do in many contexts, then victims are dissuaded, oftentimes desensitized, to participate in criminal proceedings. But if those matters are heard as expeditiously as possible, then perhaps we can have a greater amount of participation by victims in proceedings, I would say.
Right. I can't help but wonder, and Sharice, I'm going to throw this one in your lap, whether we could perhaps, since we're looking at successes and gaps, if this is a potential loophole, because having had such a revolutionary slate of amendments to their anti-trafficking legislation, wouldn't it perhaps have been a useful opportunity to speak about judicial education, so that apart from the case management and the timelines that are going to be observed, we're having an in-depth kind of curriculum that our judges are exposed to, so that they are aware of the psychological component of human trafficking and all of the other ancillary provisions that need to be in place. Do you see that as a loophole?
I
not
don't.
really?
So I don't necessarily see it as a loophole, just because, interestingly, I think Guyana is one of the Caribbean countries doing well at judicial education. And having sat in different forums with the judges and some of the magistrates that hear human trafficking cases there, their top level judges are very involved with making sure that they have the education, they have the training. So I think that's not something that necessarily needed to be put in legislation, but it's something that they have been addressing. Guyana also, along with the legislation, they were working with the IOM over a couple years to develop standard operating procedures and SOPs and different policies to be able to upskill and train police officers, different persons who are involved in trafficking, so that even if the legislation doesn't address it, there are guidelines for persons in government to be guided by in the way that they work with trafficking. And Guyana is not alone with this, because in Belize, I know private-public partnerships with the Human Trafficking Institute and other organizations there have been doing really well at training judges. So even though Belize has a designated trafficking judge, all the judges, magistrates even, last year there was a global academy in Belize where government officers, so judges, magistrates, interpreters, police officers, everybody was brought together and given this kind of sensitization, given this kind of training, so that at any stage of the criminal justice system a survivor interacts with, there is that kind of knowledge. What I think is the loophole is that we're not consistent with it. That's the issue in the Caribbean. We do the training, great, but we're not consistent. This kind of sensitization needs to constantly happen every year, even more frequently than that, because of the kind of turnover that we see sometimes.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Sharice. Jason, Sharice just now mentioned SOPs in Guyana. There are SOPs in the Bahamas as well. Do you want to comment on those?
Yes. So the Bahamas has been one of the few Caribbean countries that has managed to maintain its Tier 1 ranking through the U.S. Department of State's annual trafficking in persons reports over many consecutive years, since 2009. And when I spoke to colleagues there, they've indicated that in as much as they have had focus on legislative developments, including a fairly strong piece of legislation that they have in place, they've also adopted SOPs to operationalize legislation. So matters around victim identification, for example, are set out in their SOPs, such that the authorities that are charged with both investigations but also victim identification have a good sense as to what is expected. What are the factors to look for in identifying victims of trafficking? And so they are guided in that respect. And of course, related to victim identification is a referral system such that victims can then be afforded the necessary protections that are associated with their status as victims. So in addition to that as well, so training has been something that they've emphasized considerably over the last few years, and that's been included in their SOPs as well, but also the operationalization of their institutional mechanisms, the relationship between the various government entities. And now, because the matter has been placed under the remit of the Prime Minister, it has been given a newfound sense of profiling compared to other jurisdictions, certainly. And so SOPs do work, and certainly colleagues are really happy that they have them to provide step-by-step guidance on how to operationalize their national legislation.
Right. I think those are very useful interjections, and I wondered whether in keeping with the spirit of collaboration that you mentioned, Mario, throughout the region, if there's an opportunity, and either of you can take this, Jason or Charisse, for other countries perhaps to benchmark their legislation, to look at SOPs in much the same way that the Bahamas and Guyana have done. I don't know if there's any opportunity that you see for that.
Yes, I think there's opportunity, but I also think it has been happening. So interestingly, when I was working in Belize, because at that time we were working on the first trafficking case that had been heard under the new legislation, and there was nothing for my judge to give jury directions for. So what did I do? I went to the Jamaica bench book, and that is what we used to help draft jury directions for Belize for that purpose. But I think informally, what happens is that we're not talking about it, but there's been a lot of informal benchmarking. Initially, Guyana was the only country that had legislation. That's between 2003 and 2005. When some of the other stakeholders in the Caribbean went to draft their legislation, they were looking to Guyana for that. So, and even now, Barbados and Belize again are looking at reforming their legislations and going through different processes. And as I talk to stakeholders there, they are looking at these other countries. So it's been happening. I just think what we need to do is talk about it more so that we understand the formalized collaboration. But part of that goes back to what we were talking about yesterday. There's a lack of access. Unless you know somebody who you can call and say, hey, do you have this document? Can I get it from you so that I can help? If you don't have that network, if you don't have those people, then you can't get the information. So I think this is why spaces like this are so important to have this kind of dialogue.
Right, so we will move away from perhaps working in silos and doing extremely well in our individual countries, but having that cross-fertilization of ideas that can help us. As I say, iron sharpens iron, you know? And so if we're having those discussions, we can see best practices in different regions and determine, or in different countries rather, and determine how we can adopt. I do have another question, and this has to do with not so much the legislative framework, but whether or not there are any institutional best practices that you think exist within the anti-human trafficking framework in any of the Caribbean countries that you'd like to comment on.
Sure. Well, I think your office is wonderful. And I think it's one of the few, or it's the
That was
only.
a good question then, okay.
Totally unbiased. It's one of the few spaces in the Caribbean where we have seen practice and legislation move together and advocacy also move together. And I think that's super important for having something like this moved along. Another best practice that I think in terms of institutional provision is, again, going back to Belize, we keep mentioning this designated trafficking in persons judge. And what that is that there's a collaboration between a US NGO, so the Human Trafficking Institute, and the government of Belize, which allowed for a memorandum of understanding. So not legally binding, because sometimes governments can be afraid of that, understandably, but this was this understanding of trust where this judge was given this title that did not take away from her the rest of her docket, but any trafficking cases that were to be heard came to her from across the country. That allowed for the development of specialization and knowledge with her, but also for the expediting of cases, because it meant that these cases could come, they could be heard quicker, everybody knew who to talk to, when to talk to them, and it has worked because cases have actually been heard in Belize now since this new legislation in 2013, so no longer new, but things have actually been moving along, and she's been able to really craft that knowledge and get things understood, to be able to do outreach and to do training and these kinds of things. So I would say that those are my two strongest institutional practices. Something that I think all the countries are doing, though, is, or most of them, is the national action plans. And I think that's really important, because nothing in the Caribbean changes just because there's a law. So the national action plans have put responsibility on somebody or some people to be able to action things and to say, this is who does what. Guyana has built on that and said in their legislation, we have our task force, and here's who does specifically what from the legislation.
Right.
So that's an even further step.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the last question I'll throw to Jason, because I'm conscious of the time. And don't worry, participants, there is Q&A so that you can be involved in this more directly. And that question, Jason, as Charisse mentioned, national action plans. I know that we have different committees, working groups, task forces, whatever they're called. And I just want to have you comment on how pervasive these bodies are within the region. And if you could comment on the composition of these various bodies so we can see who the collaborators are, please.
Yes, so each of the islands have the dedicated counter-trafficking in persons unit, however that is defined. So for some, it's trafficking in persons unit, for others, counter-trafficking in persons unit. That usually is comprised of police officers, sometimes immigration officers as well. In some instances as well, they've had social workers be designated to those particular institutions as such. And generally speaking, they have functioned fairly well across the region in terms of investigating trafficking in persons incidents. What is a little more inconsistent across the region is that of the trafficking in persons task forces. In many jurisdictions, they exist as a matter of law in the sense that legislation provides that the country in question should have a national task force that is comprised of representatives from the various ministries. That usually includes the DPP, the AG's office, if, of course, in your case, is a national rapporteurship, the Office of the National Rapporteur, Ministry of Human Services, Social Services, Foreign Affairs, National Security, among others. So there's a broad spectrum of individuals who are involved in that context. The challenge, however, is that many of these bodies are defunct. I can speak of Barbados, for example. Initially had been engaged, and then it fell apart, and then re-engaged, and then fell apart again. And that is a story, frankly speaking, throughout most of the Caribbean islands. In fact, there are some islands like Dominica that you don't hear anything about because they're not doing anything in this space. And it's because their national task force has not been functional since legislation has been enacted. In other cases, the task forces meet very sporadically, usually in preparation for submission of data and reports that are requested by international organizations and agencies. And so I think the challenge in that context then is that we don't have a very cohesive approach, an efficient approach toward those entities meeting and executing their mandate. But I wondered, on reflection, whether or not perhaps we can think of, and it goes back to the conversation we had yesterday about the problems associated with data collection, a regional mechanism that is put in place to address some of those gaps, some of those oversight issues. In Europe, they have a group of experts on trafficking in human beings, which attends the implementation of the Council of Europe Convention on Trafficking in Human Beings. And essentially, on an annual basis or biannual basis, their rapporteurs from the respective countries go into the European jurisdictions, have interviews and discussions with all of the stakeholders, including victims, and then present a report to the Parliamentary Affairs Committee of the Council of Europe, along with a very detailed report, giving the state, of course, an opportunity to comment on the findings of that report. And in that report, it includes all of the data related to trafficking in persons in respect of that particular country, as well as an assessment of how the country is doing against the benchmark of international obligations. And that has spawned on a significant amount of progress in many of these jurisdictions. In the UK at the moment, for example, in respect of their Modern Slavery Act, it's currently under review, and that's partly on account of the fact that that committee has issued recommendations indicating the areas where there are gaps, where there are challenges, and indicating where perhaps they can improve on their approach. So I think we may need to head in that direction. I've made a suggestion, the recommendation in passing to CARICOM, and initially we had been fully engaged in a discussion on it, but then I think a question of resource constraint came into being, and it had never gotten off ground, I'm afraid.
Yes, that's usually the bane of our existence, yes?
Absolutely.
Resource constraints, financial and human. All right, I know that was the last question, but Charisse, NGO involvement in these task forces, how relevant is that, and how pervasive is that, or is that not seen?
So that's a tricky question. It is extremely relevant to have CSOs involved in these task force or whatever ministerial bodies there are. The challenge that we have seen is one of two things. In some of the countries, civil society organizations are not involved. In other countries, civil society organizations are involved, but in a tokenistic way. So, and that is exhibited in a couple ways. Either it will be something like 12 or 15 government offices to 2 civil society organizations, meaning that they have no decision-making power, or it might be NGOs that agree with the governmental priorities and positions on the topic. And even when I was doing my research, that's exactly what I was hearing coming back. And just giving a quick story from Guyana so that I can use some Caribbean parlance. I was interviewing one stakeholder and they said that there were CSO that was involved in the process. They went to a meeting and asked a question and they were told they were bouncing out of their shell. Meaning, you don't, in the Caribbean, that's a Guyanese term for not knowing your place, or who are you to speak in this meeting. You're a CSO, this is a government-led organization. So there's not, even if there is a seat for CSO, it doesn't have power at the moment, which is a challenge that we're seeing.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. I think we have had a riveting discussion and presentation from all 3 panelists. And so now we have until 10 o'clock to take questions from anyone in the audience who has a question for any of the 3 panelists. Yes. Can we have a microphone here, please? I'm trying to preserve your vocal cords. There's a microphone coming. Just replace.
Oh, there we go. Working. So thank you very much for the presentations. Can I just ask, and we were just sat here having a side on what you were saying in relation to a regional task force in relation to this, and we were just talking about CARICOM has this impacts, which they've classified human trafficking as is it a level 2 or a tier 2 threat? And just the point you've just made as well, Charisse, about the involvement of non-governmental bodies in relation to this. And whilst I sit there and I say, yes, it's really important that we have ministers involved, we really need, the task force needs to be made up of the police so that there's that communication of information. Is there anything that is in place currently that allows for that flow of information between our police forces within the region to be able to track the movement of those traffickers?
Yes, so in my previous life, I worked I worked at the British High Commission in Barbados, and part of what we did in association with the Asset Recovery Unit, as well as CARICOM Impacts, was to monitor threats, and that could include migrant smuggling, but also trafficking in persons. And there is indeed an established process across the British High Commission and its related agencies of, yes, yeah, so it's British led in that context, but with significant Caribbean involvement. Yes.
If I could jump in as well, I'm not a panelist, but also Interpol has always been very useful and very active in the region. And I know certainly some of our own successes in terms of Jamaica, that is, have really benefited from the involvement of Interpol. And I'm not sure if Inspector Gordon is here, but for example, there was a very successful coordination with Jamaica and the Bahamas, and Interpol was integral in terms of the information flow in that particular scenario.
When you say task force, you mean to track? So what I will say is that informally, yes. So again, to go back to Guyana, there's a civil society organization that has been really successful in doing a lot of repatriation, in doing a lot of communication. And that is only because that group was already working in the hinterlands on a totally different topic, but already working there, doing work with the communities that we're seeing being affected by trafficking. So they had the on-the-ground knowledge and people trusted them, which meant that if there's any problem, even involving trafficking, that organization got involved. The challenge is that the authorities and that organization sometimes didn't agree on the right way to proceed with things or what justice means. So that's where the contention comes. And I know a lot of times in many of the countries, if there's an issue where a survivor is from another country, IOM is heavily involved in the processes in terms of getting them to where they need to go or what needs to be done. IOM works very, very closely with the governments and NGOs to get that process dealt with.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
And then I'll take you.
My question is as it relates to what we call here in Jamaica nolle prosequi, and that's a term for the lawyers to kind of break down so the rest of the audience can know what that is, and how it is there a recipe that can help anti-trafficking actors to ward against this so that we have higher rates of convictions?
Okay, so I'll answer this question from practical experience. And I was having a conversation with someone this morning at a table about the fact that police officers don't understand how instrumental they are in winning and losing cases. And I say that because nolle pros means essentially the case gets dropped without a conviction, without more evidence. If there's not sufficient, we have to drop it. That's what it means. So a lot of times what has happened, and I've seen it in several Caribbean countries, is we'll have a case, but the police officers weren't consistently following up. So the survivors left and went back to their country, or we couldn't find them. Or it was a situation where in some countries, there is the provision for video testimony if the survivor doesn't want to come back. But in some cases, the videos were recorded by the police officers, but there's a fan in the background, so you can't hear what the survivor is saying when you play in court. Or the notes that the police officer has made in their logbook don't accord with what the survivor is saying. If it's a Spanish-speaking survivor, for example, the translation isn't the same because it's a different kind of Spanish. And the jury understands the Spanish, so the jury is sitting there confused saying, but that's not what they said. So there's a lot of instances, very practical things, where officers and other people involved in the criminal justice system, even interpreters, don't understand the ramifications. Another best practice, for example, is we didn't recognize initially, until we did a SWOT analysis when I was in Belize, that we needed 2 different interpreters for the accused person and for the jury, because it wouldn't be due process for the same person to be interpreting on both sides.
Right.
And that's something that very easily could have caused us to have a problem if we didn't recognize it before we started the trial. So there's all these intricacies that you really have to think about when you're working with a trafficking case.
Yeah, I mean, just to add that similar issues have been experienced throughout the Caribbean, and that accounts for why in most Caribbean islands, we've got no convictions to date. Jamaica has been one of the few countries that has had a conviction, but in most countries, we haven't had. And not that there haven't been investigations, it's not that there haven't been cases that have been brought before the DPP's office, but oftentimes prosecutors are not well acquainted with the ingredients of the offense. Many prosecutors assume that you necessarily require the manifestation of exploitation, meaning forced labor or servitude to make out the offense of trafficking in persons. But rather, actually, trafficking is a crime of specific intent. So if the purpose of the exploitation is sex or forced labor, what have you, you can't bring a prosecution. So in a jurisdiction with which I worked very closely, several of the cases had been thrown out because the way in which the indictment had been drafted was that it assumed that there needed to be evidence of exploitation. And when in fact, there was no evidence, the matter was thrown out. So those issues arise frequently in the region, and it might be on account of a lack of training, a lack of expertise, and many prosecutions departments simply don't have the capacity to have a specialized trafficking in persons prosecutor.
Yes, I wanted to comment, and I in fact made 3 notes to myself that criminal case management is something that takes time, and if it is that we have a sufficient period within which to see what are all the things that are going to arise. You know, no fans in the room. It has to be a room where the acoustics are good, or we have sufficient interpreters and so on. Then that helps. SOPs, this is a case for SOPs, and also for ongoing training and capacity building for various stakeholders in different parts of the process. All right, we had a question here. Okay, all right, yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. So, Carlene Temple Anderson, Ministry of Health and Wellness. So my question is, in terms of the CSOs, civil society organization, what is your recommendation to formalize or strengthen the partnership? Because it doesn't just happen in this area, it happens across the board. And there is a need for countries. I'm trying to understand. A lot of times we say government, but when it's election time, we're all government. Everybody in Jamaica, when it's election, we're all government. But when it comes to decision making at a certain level, we're no longer government. The people of Jamaica, the CSOs. And so what do we need to do? Do we need to put it in legislation? Do we need to have a policy guiding what needs to be put in place for us to fix this once and for all?
So I think that this is not something that legislation can handle. This is very much a Caribbean cultural context. Everything is about trust and relationship. We know this. If we don't, we're not interested in the organization, we're interested in the people. Yeah. So I think one of the things that has worked, again, in Belize is an MOU, because it's not formally, legally binding, but there is still something written to say, okay, this is your part of the relationship, this is my part of the relationship. But I think beyond that, there has to be an equal understanding and respect. And that's one of the things that I have found has been lacking. A lot of time, unfortunately, some of our state actors don't respect CSOs or don't respect people on the ground as knowledge builders or experts in the fields in their own rights, when most often they have more of the knowledge than the state actors. So I think that it's about building that relationship and understanding that this is something that takes time. It will not be done overnight. But if you build that relationship over time, it doesn't matter when elections come. It doesn't matter if somebody changes their job. This is information that can be passed on, and it wouldn't be tokenistic.
Yes. Thank you. You want to jump in quickly,
Yes.
Jason, before we take this question?
So I just wanted to give a practical example of how this works in reality for many civil society personnel. I was working with a colleague from the CSO community a couple of years ago, training judges and prosecutors in a particular jurisdiction. Funding had been given, it had been well organized, and we had prepared everything. But she was vociferous in her condemnation of the government for not adequately responding to trafficking. And the Attorney General, in that context, issued a memoranda in which he essentially said that this person ought not to conduct the training. So here I am, on the very day being told that what was supposed to have been a two-person training event had to now be conducted by me. And that the person couldn't even as much as say, good morning. She could attend, but she had to sit. Eventually, she left the region, obviously because it makes no sense if you are passionate, you're engaged, but the government, the powers that be, is not particularly inclined to welcome your participation. So that's how extreme it can get in this context.
And I just wanted to say one last thing, because I think there's some CSOs that need to be acknowledged. A lot of time, the state especially is using CSO resources in order to get the work done, especially when it comes to survivor support. So there's several examples in the region where, for example, shelters or housing is not provided by the state. The state has kindly asked the CSO to use their domestic violence shelters or their shelters for anybody else in order to house survivors as well. And I think there needs to be that kind of public acknowledgement to build that partnership and respect as well.
Thank you. Thanks. So we have a question here, which I think is our last question.
Yeah, well,
in
this
terms
is
of time.
really not much a question. I'll probably use it as a way to share information with you. I'm not in the panel list, but I guess I'll take this one from Mario because it's something that we're working on.
My name is Lisette, and I work for the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and I specifically work right now with our Caribbean projects. And a lot of the work that I'm trying to do is how do we expand our reach? We do a lot of work with CARICOM Impacts, with projects with specific countries, but how can we get closer to you in dealing with trafficking in persons? And I think it relates to the question, I think it was you that asked the first question. We're currently, and maybe they'll slam me for sharing this at this point, but we're currently working on something called the Trafficking in Persons Committee. It's something that the Bahamas led in 2021, and they really haven't met since then. And what we're trying to do as UNODC is precisely support this year's meeting to try to make it something consistent and to have an ongoing space where tip units from Caribbean countries can meet, can discuss, but more importantly, that we try to
Operational.
Gracias, amigos. Yes, that's exactly that word. That we add that into the component of the conversations, because it's really good to meet, to discuss, to talk about the challenge, but what are we jointly doing about them? One of you mentioned earlier, I think it was the regional mechanism that addresses challenges. Maybe that's what we need to talk about in this year's TIPCOM, So for our counterparts that are here in the coming weeks, you should receive an invitation for this forum. And what we're trying to do is get the interest of, partners, donors to consistently support this committee to be operational for, collaboration, cooperation, and, the establishment of standardizing procedures, or at least practices within our region. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that intervention, Lisa. I said that would have been the last intervention, but I saw one NGO. And so because we've been talking about CSOs, I'm going to invite Stacy to ask her question.
Good morning, everyone. Just on the note of a memorandum of association, and just to commend ONRTIP. Last year, they did one about us reporting when we have any cases at all about human trafficking. And it really, as an NGO, empowered me. And I felt like, I'm going to look more for cases. And since this year, every time I get a reference or a indication of trafficking, I call right away ONRTIP. So I really want to commend you guys as an NGO that has been used to empower me to ensure I'm reporting trafficking cases that come across my table.
Thank you. Thank you, Stacey. I see the command to stop, but I have one question for Mario. In terms of where you sit at the regional office and you have model legislation. How is the Caribbean doing? How are we doing in terms of the different pieces of legislation that we have in kind of complying with the benchmark that has been set by UNODC?
I think, as I mentioned, it is so hard to assess as a region. I think every country has just so many different particularities. I will say one thing, and I agree with AI. It has done such amazing and significant progress in terms of having pieces of legislation that could be shared with countries from other latitudes and that have not made visible yet. And then a second thing is we are not very far as a region, and I include myself as a guest, of really having top quality legislation, because it is being used in day-to-day. It is being used in cases. My colleagues have mentioned specific cases, but just having an overall opinion, I would say the Caribbean is doing great.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes. And what a great note to end this particular session on. I just want to thank the trifecta, Jason, Charisse, and Mario, for an excellent panel discussion. Over to you.
Thank you for an excellently moderated panel and the participants. That was great. Thank you. So as promised, Dr. Balfour has moved heaven and earth to have our coffee break moved up early. So we will be having our coffee break shortly. People are very hungry, as I see. But before I release you, because we will have our breakout session. So you'll have a session up here like yesterday and a session downstairs by the restaurant. And the first one will be focused on the successful identification and referral of victims of trafficking in person. And my friend Neil Bacchus will be leading that one. And To tell you a little bit about Neil, I had the pleasure of driving back with him after our crazy flight from Miami, and his beautiful family is here. If you happen to see him around the hotel, say hi. But he is the CEO of the Indigenous Peoples Commission, and he is so passionate about the hinterlands and developing Guyana and involving the second generations that are in the diasporic communities to come back to the homeland, which I'm convinced I'm coming back. That's what he did. He's really worked with a lot of NGOs. He's been with the National Task Force on Trafficking in Persons and an interreligious organization in Guyana. And he's basically been working with religious in alternative conflict resolution and the integration of these Amerindian communities for almost 30 years. So I'm really looking forward to you guys having that victim referral connection, because as we know, the indigenous populations in all of our countries really suffer, and not just from the comorbidity of perhaps substance abuse and other issues and like parallel legal systems that make this enforcement very difficult. But if we can reach Amerindian and indigenous populations, we have a better chance of reaching other populations that are more visible, more accessible. So I think this is a great example for the referral networks. So the second workshop, which will be downstairs by the restaurant, that's effective collaboration among state and non-state actors to combat trafficking in persons. And that will be our colleague Lisette, who just spoke. So what's great about this, and I think I mentioned yesterday that that project I led on multiple systems estimation and measuring modern slavery with national governments was in partnership with UNODC. And I have so much respect for them because, like we were discussing, they collect all this administrative data on prosecutions and all of that's one of the few reports. The GLOTIP report is one of the few ones that really aggregates this. So I think Lisette and her experience working for the Track for TIP initiative here, looking at how do we transform these criminal justice responses into a more holistic anti-trafficking response will be really helpful. I also see that Lisette worked with the U.S. Department of State in the DR. Bukini, was she there when we went to that event? We had one of our global forums in the DR. You were pregnant? Oh, I have a baby too. Oh, congratulations. Oh, well, we had an amazing, for one of our global forums, exactly, well, not exactly like this. This is a regional one, but one of our global forums, the U.S. Embassy that Lisette used to work in hosted us, and the ambassador at the time was hugely passionate about trafficking issues, in particular, young boys being trafficked for Major League Baseball, which is crazy. They were getting injected with steroids and being like completely deformed in trying to get them, I guess, developed for Major League Baseball potential. It was quite fascinating because in this field, you think we hear everything, and then I guess there's new forms to hurt people. So Lisette will be leading that panel downstairs, and now you officially have 10 minutes for your coffee break, and immediately after the break, just head to the breakout room that you prefer. Thank you, guys. The second breakout room is downstairs. Eileen will follow you, and Lisette is leading that one. Yeah, Lisette. That's on the non-state and state actors to combat trafficking in persons.
Folks, pleasant good morning. Are we ready? Well, I hope I'm ready too, because the presentation earlier with regards to the amazing work in Guyana pertaining to the legislation has me swelling with pride, if you can understand what I mean, because I'm the only one from Guyana here. And, it's amazing to know that these things, we can set the bar when it comes to the fight against trafficking. You hear now? I have a very loud voice. I don't really need a mic. For most of my life also, I've been in the teaching profession, and that helps to develop your voice. But nevertheless, I was saying that in Guyana, we are very happy also that we can set the bar when it comes to this fight against TIP, and this legislation indeed has proved its worth in terms of where we're heading in the fight against trafficking in person. The previous law came about since in 2005, and it allowed for the establishment of the task force, among other key agencies that would take the fight against trafficking in person And of course, referral system, as we are looking in this context with regards to this workshop now, is an integral part as it relates to the response against trafficking. My colleagues earlier were mentioning some of the issues they had with NGO being part of the task force. And the NGO, especially in the Ghana context, has an important role to play because with regards to our referral system, they have their presence out there. And we all know that our referral system in trafficking in person is designed to ensure that victims of human trafficking receive comprehensive and coordinated services. Of course, these services include multiple stakeholders, including law enforcement, social services, non-governmental organizations, healthcare providers, and legal services. So obviously, as we can see, that it's a combination of different stakeholders with regards to, as it relates to the referral system. And the NGO my colleague was referring to earlier, I am aware of that NGO, and they still are a part of the task force. Unfortunately, for whatever reasons, from my interaction on the task force, I noticed that they haven't been attending the meetings. But whenever the minutes and all reports, they would benefit from it. So they have an idea what is going on. And before I proceed to talk about referral system, I want to touch a little bit on, NGOs being, ultimately the task force's main role is to develop strategies and to look at policies and look at everything as it relates to trafficking in person. And if you're an NGO and you're part of it and you are part of the big system out there, especially where your position with regards to this whole fight against trafficking in person, then being part of a task force or any coordinating body, we all need to hold one head, we all need to hold one vision, we all need to hold one commitment in moving forward. But unfortunately, in some cases, some NGOs, they come with their own agenda, and it creates problems rather than collaboration. And this is something you ought to be mindful of. There's some in other parts of in other bodies in Guyana. There were many early this year and late last year. There were issues with NGOs. Rather than dealing with their problems internally, they're going outside to different international agencies, and it's creating some problem for the government right now in Guyana. But aside from that, they have a role to play, and this particular NGO, among the other NGOs with regards to the referral system, because when we talk about the referral system, we have to look at different parameters or different factors in relation to it. First of all, the timeline would be from identification until reintegration, right? And we know that identification is critical with regards to making up, commencing your case on tip. Now, in the Guyana context, and I would be curious to know, and yesterday, when our professor was making a comment about her story, as she was talking with the young lady from the pharmacy. It was a really, it made you feel a bit sad as to what has happened. But the nature of the issue is that whether she was kidnapped or she was being taken for traffic, we didn't went on to venture into that. But the question we want to ask is that when she was able to escape, what did she do? Did she make a report to the police station? Did she visit any agency? Did she even at the doctor's office? Did he wanted to know further? If she says she fell out of a moving car, did the doctor investigate further? The question I'm trying to bring about here is that that initial stage, that identification stage, there are different actors who has an important role to play in terms of identification. And of course, in the Guyana context, there are three main with an addition in terms of how you look at it in terms of identification. Now, In terms of identification in Guyana, there are two ways in which, or three ways in which it is done. One, either through a raid, you visit, you have knowledge, right, or intelligence that in this area here, there might be cases of trafficking a person. So a raid is conducted, and when those victims are rescued, that is one way. Secondly, is that you do screening for people. Like in the last couple of years, the government, through the task force, they have done over 300 screening. And at the last meeting we attended, we learned that almost 170 persons have already been screened in a particular area in Guyana, so that for identification of if there's any elements of trafficking a person. And of course, the other way is that if people call in, there's a dedicated hotline that works 24/7, both landline and cell phone. If people call and to report any suspicious activity, that's another way in which the initial stages contact under the context of identification. So we need to ensure that we have persons who are knowledgeable well, as it relates to identification when it comes to the screening, because if you have, the leading agency that would take that screening forward would be the police force. The police force has a dedicated tip unit, and the tip unit, the tip police department, along with members of the Ministry of Human Services. The Ministry of Human Services has a counting and trafficking unit. So those are the two agencies that will have personnel who would go to do the screening. But one of the agencies on the task force is the GGMC, which is the Guyana Geology, Mines and Commission. They also have mines officer out there in the different mining district. And that is where training and capacity building would have to come in, because I remember training was done with those mine officers, and you have some other persons from the GGMC, rangers, if I remember clearly. They were training was provided for them to identify and victims of trafficking in person. So that is also another way in which, we can kickstart this whole idea of when it comes to identification of victims, whether by raids, whether by screening, whether by persons calling in, or whether by persons who are in the different areas that is prone to trafficking, whether they're able to, identify and so on. So that is for the Guyana context. Could we have now from other jurisdiction how it is done, or how identification is done with regards to trafficking? Or are there any different ways in terms of identification, or do you have similar in your respective jurisdiction? Yes, I guess Miss Giselle will help us, I think. I didn't really want to use this, so I didn't want to walk wrong.
Yeah, you can take it up.
I'm not, I prefer to, walk in, move around. Yes.
Pleasant morning, Melissa Kolash, Manahan, Ministry of Labor and Social Security.
Yes.
Well, we have several arms in the ministry. Let me start with the simple one that's a bit structured. The Child Labor Unit, where persons would report to the ministry any suspected victims of child trafficking. So we would reach out to the various agencies, that the CPSFA, Child Protection and Family Services Agency, and or we would contact Ms. Kamisha Gordon directly, because there are instances where we would have her on speed dial and we will report to her what has been reported to us, and her team goes out. So that is one way we do it. Another way, we have in the Industrial Relations Department, where we have a pay and conditions of employment branch. You would have persons coming in to make reports on their terms and conditions of employment. And oftentimes, expatriates who are working in Jamaica might indicate to us that the situation that they are involved in is trafficking. So we use that unit as well to reach out to the various agencies, either the ATIP unit, and they will take it from there. So we provide them with the report and the support, and we do follow-ups to find out what is the end result of the victim.
Thank you so much. So more or less, your department is specific with labor exploitation. I'm sorry, I should have started off by, we will have to identify someone.
Not necessarily labor, they're sexual exploitation of either male or female or children. So we have different areas that are engaging these suspected victims or victims, so we would reach out to the other agencies.
Very, very interesting. So this, as we can see here, that unlike perhaps in Guyana, where there's the limitation to only the Ministry of the Countering Traffic Unit, where the hotline number is dedicated for reporting of tip, we also have expansion of other agencies and ministry to respond to reports of tip. Yeah. Before I proceed further, we would have to identify someone to do the reporting. Who would like to volunteer? Did I see Andrew put a thumbs up? Yes, who would like to do the reporting? Because we will do it in the form of a case study when you go up. And then, you can identify the different, gaps as we move up. What happens here, what happens there, and so on. We need somebody. We only have one male here, 2 males. One there or one there. All right. Yeah. Well, luckily he's my friend also. Right? Luckily he's my friend. See, he won't leave me hanging. Yes. Across here.
Thank you very much. Morning. My name is Joy Crawford, and I am speaking from the civil society lens. So one of the things that you mentioned, and we heard it in the session before this, is who invites civil society to the table. So I heard you earlier said they need to be at the table. But what's the structure to invite us to the table? And how do we have engagement in a meaningful way and not just for services and for data? So that's my general comment. To respond to the question that you'd asked about identification and what happens. So not being a part of the formal network, for us as an NGO, we work a lot with young women who are teenage mothers, survivors of sexual violence, childhood sexual violence, and all the other nuances around that. So we do have a large population that is very vulnerable. And we have the benefit of that all our staff is trained, generally in human trafficking, child trafficking, through other projects, USAID, Child Compact. So we do have and have been doing our own capacity building as an organization. The challenge comes now in the referral, the soft referral piece of it. Most times our go-to would be our colleagues in Sissoko, which would be our sexual violence component of the police force. Sometimes we do respond to the local police station within a community. And of course, with the child protection piece of it, our colleagues in CPFSA. Now, those reports would not necessarily say that there is a suspicion or there is a self-identification that the person may be trafficked, because I don't think that we have the authority to make that. So what we will be discussing with them is what the person would have said to us, and the concerns that we would have, and then hope that there will be an investigation that comes.
Hope.
Yes, because we don't have a formal system to say yes. How do we follow up? Will it definitely be actioned? So one of the things that we've been discussing for quite a while, from at least from our end, are MOUs, are real meaningful partnerships where there is an understanding that you're a part of the chain. So for example, when I call my colleagues in the child protection entity and say that this has happened to a particular girl, she's been missing for a week, or the committee says that it's a habit. Every Friday she leaves home and she doesn't come back until Tuesday. She's missing school on a Monday. Those kind of things that we will have a red flag on. What next? You know, probably 2 or 3 months down the line, it's still happening. But we made a report to a particular officer or a particular office, but then we don't have the network to say, okay, was this case followed up on? Is there a particular unit? Because a lot of these don't necessarily have specific units. It's going to the same social worker who's doing many things, you know? So I do think that if we're going to put the lens on trafficking, which I think we should, because the other thing that we have learned in our experience is that sometimes when you can't prosecute for sexual violations, you can actually prosecute for trafficking, especially with the kids. So we're missing a lot of opportunities. But again, if we keep it in the big pool and our colleagues are doing their jobs, and probably they're the ones who need to respond to the national task force, we're missing things along the road. If civil society is not directly linked at some point beyond sharing data. So in terms of identification, I'm not so sure what the next step will look like, but it's a major gap. And it's definitely in the work that we do, it's a barrier.
Thank you very, very much. Just before she proceeds, let me just deal with or give my perspective on it. In the Guyana context, right, the task force, it's part of the act, and then through the government, they will normally identify which organization to sit, including NGOs too, right? Now, when the task force meet and they have monthly meeting, it allows for information sharing, networking, and so on, for everyone who has that particular role to play to know what is going on. The police, Guyana Police Force, is an integral part of the task force, and they have a dedicated tip unit. So when matters are reported, or in your case, if you identify, that person is taken into possession by the counterfeiting trafficking unit at the Ministry of Human Services with support by the Guyana Police Force. Now, when that person is taken into possession, that person is not placed, the person is placed into the care of the ministry. Now we're kind of moving on to the second stage there, right? I'll come to you, Justin. Just give me 1 minute. And then that is where the police, there's something known as a 10-day reflective period in Guyana, where provisions of the different services, such as psychological services, medical services, and so on, will be given. In addition to, the police will then come and take a statement from that person. Now, sometimes that person doesn't know that he or she is being trafficked. Based upon the statement taken, the police will then have to act. Now, I will continue that in a few to move on to the next stage as we look at the first system, as we go on to our next presenter.
So, hi, I'm Judith Leiber, Ministry of Health and Wellness. So, I've kind of spearheaded sensitizing a lot of the healthcare workers to the indicative signs of trafficking. And I've so they know me and they know my name and so forth, right? So there was an instance where this gentleman brought wife or girlfriend who was probably from Haiti, and children, and one didn't have a birth certificate, and it was a kind of convoluted story. So the public health nurse there thought that something was wrong here. So they spoke to the medical officer of health, who knows me, so she called me. And what I did, I sit on the task force, so I called the head of the task force, who also was aligned to CPFSA, our child agency. So I presumed in our discussion, the social worker, because our CPFSA has social workers regionally, that the social worker would then have investigated the case. I really don't know what was the end product.
Thank you so much for that. You see, this is a case here where we're talking about one of the key components of identification is that where we have our frontline workers to be trained to identify evidence of trafficking in person. But unlike in that case, again, we saw the importance of the task force, right? Because by moving up the channel, contact was made with fellow members of the task force for action, right? And similarly, that has always been done in Guyana. But unlike maybe making contact with the task force, we have a dedicated counter-trafficking unit at the Ministry of Human Services. So once any information, even if it's a health worker in a far-flung community, right, contact will be made to the hotline. The hotline now, and what happens? The member from or social worker or an officer from the counter-trafficking unit would now go to that locality along with members of the TIP unit from the police force. Because remember, only the TIP force can make the arrest if there's perpetrators involved, and so right? Now, what should be noted here, as far as practical as possible, right? And we heard things about corruption by public officers and so, right? So as far as practical as possible, when that information is provided to the counter-trafficking unit, they would make as much effort to go to that area to retrieve that victim. However, what should be noted, Guyana is a very, geographically, we are very, very challenged, right? With regards to visiting, some area could only be accessible by plane. So what we would do, we would ask the police in that locality to go and get that victim, and if they can make arrest, and then bring it to a point where you would meet them halfway. Right, where you meet them halfway. So when that person now is taken now in custody of the counter-trafficking unit, they are placed in daycare, and then, as I said, medical help, support services such as counseling, and so on is provided. Now that's where now something we got to point out very key here. Key we have to point out in context of our conversation is the whole idea of culture, right? Now think about in Guyana's situation, especially if that person is a Spanish person. In order to provide that help now, while in care, you have to have interpreters, right? Sometimes in care, they might not eat the kind of food the shelter might prepare. So you would now have to work with them, and I was advised that all support to help that victim is done in terms of even like with regards to their food, they will be given money to buy their own stuff to cook what they want to eat, right? So all that is a support system to make the victim feel at ease. Now, when the police come and take that statement, the police now has to investigate and to do follow-up, right? And when they finish the investigation and do follow-up, that matter now is sent to the DPP. Now, very interesting here. Very interesting here. When that report or that investigation is done, the DPP can not only advise on the act or the crime of trafficking, but also other criminal offenses, right? If drugs is involved or if any other thing, the DPP can advise the police, and then charges are going to be laid against that person. Of course, if it's a trafficking in person case, much less the better, right? And I'm telling you this as we move on. There was a case in Guyana that followed the same principle, where a young lady was rescued from the Baghdad area, a Spanish person. When she came to the ministry, the government, through the government ministry, and the support was given. During this 10 days period, her report was taken, and she decided to go through the matter. Point to note again, if persons while in care at the shelter say they don't want to pursue the matter, you have to let them go. And that's one of the problems happening in Guyana, I guess with other jurisdictions, while many cases are now reaching the prosecution part of this whole thing, because many of the cases have stalled, because when the initial report is taken, by the time you're ready to get your act together and so on, they said that we don't want to go forward with it, right? So we're hearing that they need to be more synergy between the police and the NGOs, and the police need to act more, right? Or need to investigate. They need to make it as a mandatory aspect of their responsibility if a report is made to identify if there are cases of trafficking, or even if there are other elements of crime being committed. So anybody has anything to share at this point in terms of between the police and the DPP now?
Morning again, guys. Sean Nelson, Officer of the DPP. All right, so I am an end user of all the benefits and the work that everybody puts in. So as a prosecutor, what we do is we prosecute a case. As I said, the end user, so it normally reaches us all the way at the end. So after the police put in the work, after the different organizations put in their work, we prosecute the case. Now, as the end user, what do I see happening there? So it is that sometimes when it reaches us, the victim is not ready or capable of giving evidence. It sometimes is very hard for that victim to come and say, hey, I can go understand and talk about what took place, what happened to me. So we don't normally find that. And it takes time, because even when the case is quite, what some persons say, simple, paper-wise, meaning it's not a fat file, it's something very simple, the police officer statement, the victim statement, the arrest took place for her. So you're looking at it saying it's easy, it's going to be a quick trial. It is not, because she, the person who can actually give the proper evidence to convict the offender, can't talk. So what do? We have to ask for adjournment. And we, at times, say, we're getting the victim support unit, you can get counseling. But by the time it is that she is ready to come out and say, no, I'm able to talk, it might be a year later. It might be even 2 years later. What do? Earlier, somebody talked about a nullipross. I remember I had a case, similar case. She came to court. I spoke with her. Senior counsel, King's Counsel Jeremy Taylor spoke with her. And her thing was she wanted to dismiss the case. And we're like, are you sure? Talk to her. We'll let her know she can't carry it back. She says, no, I want to dismiss the case. I said, okay, we'll dismiss the case. We won't force you. I was sitting beside her. They called the offender's name. And I kid you not, this girl broke down at the sound of his name. She didn't see him. She broke down. And I'm like, no, what are we going to do? By the time he came into the court, she was on the opposite side of the room, in the corner, hiding her face. So we say, what can we do? Same time, we looked at the judge and said, Judge, we're not going forward with anything right now. Give us some time. I went on my computer. I started typing up a request. Mr. Taylor went on his phone and called the director same time and said, we are going to need a conditional nulli prosecute in order to stop this case. Because today is the day of trial. What are we going to do? So, same time, the nullipross reached, and we ended in a conditional nullipross on the availability of that same witness who was in court. Because what we realized is that she was not mentally ready to give evidence. And the fact that she was going to go up there and break down, more than likely you would not get any evidence out of her. And then he would then be free to just walk, go about his business, not being able, and we can't get him again. Can't try the man for the same offense twice. So we get the nullipross, we pause the case, and we got an order that she continued to get counseling. These are the issues that we do, or that we see or identify as the end user. Sometimes as well, we find that some persons who are really needed, especially when it's an international incident, we don't have them. So we then have to call our officers and say, hey, you know anybody in this country? We need help with this. And what we also try to utilize is our special measures, which is, hey, you don't have to fly in. We can utilize, get your evidence via Zoom, via some electronic medium, and it works. But it's at the end when you realize certain gaps that need to be filled in. Now, how do NGOs come in play? Sometimes these persons need help. They don't have the resources to help themselves. When it is that you have the NGOs who can help and say, hey, here is a care package, we'll put you up for a while, and we, the prosecutors, know who we can call upon, we utilize those relationships as best as we can. So yes, NGOs do play a part. Identifying those tap gaps are very important, but that's my personal experience with trafficking as well as prosecuting these matters. It's not a pretty one, it's not pretty, and it can never be, hey, come, let's just take the evidence and prosecute you. Yeah. It's never quick.
I like how you put it in context, but I just want to back up a little on that same case. Prior to your first interaction with this victim, did any counseling, was any counseling provided for her? Where was she? Whose case was she under?
So, counseling was provided all the way through. She was an adult, so it wasn't a child, so it was an adult. And we got the update from the counselor who said, yes, she was ready. And when we heard the story and asked her if she's sure, it was that a church sister told her not to continue the case, and she didn't want to continue that case. So it was, and as I said before, myself, King's Counsel, quite trained in the area, spoke with her at length before the trial, and we continued up. And on the day when she came and she said that she didn't want to continue, we went through the regular procedures, talked to her, went through, and she was adamant. She did not want to continue. But it's upon seeing her reaction, we then made the decision, I am not taking your word at it, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You may say you do not want to continue, but we're saying we're just going to put a pause on this case until you are ready to continue. So that is what we did. So while she's saying, no, I don't want to continue, we're saying, nah, not with that reaction. Clearly, you're affected by this. Clearly, maybe a year down the line, 2 years down the line, you're going to look back at it and you're going to be like, wow, imagine if she's walking on the road and sees this man's face. No.
Thank you. Very interesting, but what we want to bring out here, we heard the NGOs play an integral role here with regards to providing the services, and this is very good. In Guyana, while I emphasize that the government agency provides shelters, I know what's unique about the Guyana situation too. They have about 5 shelters, and one is dedicated specifically for men, one for children, and so on, right? So this in its way help, right? And from the time that person enter the center, much care is provided for them to put them in a position where they can build that confidence in themselves. And from the time from that time until the time of the prosecution, right through, there's a walk with that person to give them the continued support, right? So we have to look at in the Caribbean context also that when victims are identified, right? In this case, perhaps if this young lady returned back to home after she, matter was reported and so, and then she went back to the church, that is where the problem would have happened in terms of the lady still continue to be a threat against her. So we're looking at here the importance of isolating or preventing those persons to have any interaction, because majority of the cases in Guyana also is where family members have been the recruiter of those cases.
And also,
Wait.
it's important of community. Because when you have limited resources and even the culture, we go into the communities and you have to do the information and sensitization in communities so that when she actually goes back to her community, if we can link her to a community champion who again has been trained in court preparation, in what to understand, then she has support there. I think we keep burdening ourselves so much and it's ineffective. We have to have a serious plan of engaging community, because that is where it starts. And even after the case is done and the person go to prison, they're going back into their communities. So we're not talking about reintegration yet. So we really have to, I'm hoping outside of it, has to have a serious lens. How do we take care of our survivors? It starts at the community. That's where the crime starts. That's where the vulnerability started. And then they're going to go back to the community, whether it be 1 year, 2 years. Like in Jamaica, I know my colleagues at Victim Support, they prepare them for court. But this could take 5 or 6 years. Government entities are not equipped to carry the client social and psychosocial need for 5 or 6 years. A lot of NGOs can, if we have the programming and that's our focus. So we're missing out on opportunities.
Can I ask something? Does the NGOs here funded or given subvention by government?
No, my political answer is no.
No, because I mean those.
Unlike your dispensation in Guyana.
The
So
NGOs
that's not
are
so.
given out because if persons.
But we
are-
know that, so we
Yeah.
find a way to raise our funds to do what we need to get done. But you are correct, because we should be talking about subventions. But that's not going to happen unless you have MOUs.
Technically, because look, if you look in Guyana context here, it's the government that does the care, it's the government that does the prosecution, it's the government that does the reintegration. And here in other parts of this Caribbean, we've seen that the stresses on NGOs with limited resources. So we need to, I guess, taking from the presentation this morning, legislation need to be updated in different parts of the Caribbean so as to provide a framework to ensure that all services are there, because I think we really need to take a victim-centered approach in terms of dealing with all of these things. A point to note, Council, is okay. Let me just proceed here, and then we will continue with that. Yeah, well, the case.
Yes. Okay, Marcia Morris. I'm with Salvation Army. I must say that the government of the Bahamas and the Salvation Army in the Bahamas have a wonderful partnership. So not just Guyana. And I can speak to that because I have worked there and know of the collaboration that we have existing.
Thank you so much. A point to note with regards to the prosecution, right? In Guyana, when the police come and, as I said, when the police come and take the information and the investigation is done, so the DPP office is the one who advises the police to proceed with the matter legally. And it is the police prosecutor who, not prosecuted from the office of the DPP. The police have their designated prosecutors. They're the one that would take the matter will go to the magistrate court, right? We had 2 success stories, and this will form part of our case that we will present. In Guyana, what has happened also is that the magistrate request because of the state of the victim, and so the magistrate was requested to move up and give and to expedite the matter, and the magistrate did that, and that brought about 2 recent convictions in Guyana, where one lady was jailed for 4 years and had to pay $1.5 million restitution to the victim, right? So we've seen it a little bit different in the different in here, that the office of the DPP is the one that does the prosecution, while in Guyana it is the police prosecutor, right? So time is going, and we understand that not all countries have the support service with regards to the different the key agencies, unlike perhaps Guyana and Bahamas, where we have the dedicated department along with the big support from the police that takes the fight against trafficking a person, right? So maybe for presentation purposes, our case study would be that a Venezuelan national was rescued in the Baghdad in the Guyana area, right? And how the rescue was done, a report was made to the tip hotline. The police and the members of the continent traffic unit went and they were able to get that person. When the person came, the person was taken to the shelter of the continent traffic unit, the Ministry of Human Services, one of their shelter. While in care, they were given some time to reflect and to, to put themselves in position in terms of how they wish to move forward. Support also include psychological support, medical support, counseling support, health support, and so on, right? Also, during that time, the police would have come and taken a statement from the victim or the survivor, right? The police now would then have to do an investigation, right? They would have to do this investigation as diligently as possible, because when the investigation is done, the report is sent to the office of a DPP, who will then advise on whether to charge a person for it or not. Well, in this case, it was to look for charges, or to look what to charge for. I guess you have to identify 3 elements of tip, right? The means, the purposes, and the act, right? So once those 3 are identified, the means, the purposes, and the act, it means that tip. You can come out, you can create, or you can come up with a case of tip against the perpetrator, right? Now, in addition to the police investigating specifically for tip, if there are any other things that comes out of that investigation, so, any other criminal act, such as drug, or such as money laundering, or so on, right? The DPP would also advise for the person to be charged with those acts also. After the person is charged, the matter goes to court, the magistrate court in Guyana, right? Throughout this period, the continent trafficking unit support the victim continuously with counseling and so on. Again, since the person was a Spanish person, interpreter was provided throughout the journey, as well as support for other things such as a diet and so on. When the matter appeared in court, the police prosecutor was there along with the victim, along with the personnel from the continent trafficking unit. Well, in this particular case, the magistrate provided expedited the matter by providing early dates for the matter to be completed, and the person was convicted. The perpetrator was convicted for 4 years and had to pay the victim $1.5 million. An additional thing also, right, in Guyana, when victims are in the care of the center, if they wish to be trained in different skills, that is done free of cost. That is done free of cost. When they leave the center, also provisions are given to them, merchandise are given to them to establish a business. In this particular case, this victim wanted to go back home to her country, right? And so the government paid her air ticket free of cost and provided also the means of which when she goes back to her country, she can able to set up a little business, right? But we've seen that this is not practical in all of other parts of the Caribbean because we need to have more synergy, we need to have more collaboration, we need to have more networking between our the different key agencies that takes the fight against trafficking in person. And perhaps we need legislative changes really to focus on that. Yes.
Immigration status of this person. In other words, you said she was Venezuelan?
Yes.
In Guyana.
Yes.
Is she a refugee? Is she a citizen? What is she? Is she legal, illegal?
Well, Guyana has an arrangement or had an arrangement, as you probably know. One of the things that caused Venezuela to move to Guyana was the economic situation there. So Guyana had an open border policy that people could move freely into the country without any single thing. But because of this trafficking, among other things also, right? Guyana now has set up a system where when you come to the country legally, you have to register and get a certificate that will be valid for three months, right? If persons come illegally into the country now, right, they're being sent back, right? They're being sent back. You got that, sir? You got it? No, you got the case study? Okay, I think, I'm very happy to be here and to share the Guyana experience. And, I feel very strongly that we really need to do as much more we can in different other parts of our Caribbean countries. And, we need to create good, at this forum here, provide the opportunity for networking so that we can share, so you can advocate in your own country to say, look what is going on over there. Why can't we have the same here, right? If millions of dollars given to NGOs in Guyana to provide the care for victims, why can't we also benefit from some funding and things like that? So, we got to start the conversation somehow, and hopefully, all would be in place to ensure that, we all are on board to take a fight against trafficking in person. So we must have a robust referral system, and we must have people out there, because the onus is not only on people sitting in offices, but our frontline workers need to be trained to assist in this whole, to kickstart this whole idea of to have a very good referral system. So I want to thank you so much for your participation.
Before you go, Neil.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if everybody here knows that Guyana is a tier 1 country, right? So, and I'm always fascinated, by countries in the Caribbean region that are tier 1, particularly because I want to know what is the secret. What would you say, and maybe I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask this question, but you sit on the task force, so you operate at a technical level. What would you say to those of us countries who are aspiring for this tier 1 status? Are some of the critical things that we need to do to be able to achieve this status?
Well, as I said, the approach needs to be taken from a victim-centered approach. And I think Guyana has been, taking that position where we have all the systems in place at different levels to provide the support that at the end of the day, it is the victim who ultimately benefits and so on. So I think in other countries, you need to start having collaborative effort to ensure that at the end of the day, all of our approach should be one that we will be taking in context of the victim. And we need to provide all the services. Guyana, when we look at what is based upon the example given here, and we see millions of dollars given in NGOs and not happening here, that itself demonstrates that, we need to, governments in the Caribbean also need to start thinking differently if they're serious about the fight against trafficking in person. And then I was advised by the lawyer that because of our recently legislation, we would be like a tier 1 country for the next couple of years because it's a very, very good piece of legislation, right? Yes. No. I mean, I learned. You heard that the young lady, you heard the rapporteur said that, or the lawyer said that we were one of the first countries in the Caribbean to have enactment when it comes to trafficking the person. Our act was way back in 2005, right? So since then we recognize the importance of taking the fight against trafficking, and yes, and you know, and I mean, money is budgeted also for the task force, among other things, right? So. But thank you so much, and I hope we had a very good discussion. We know that we know what we need to do moving forward. Yeah.
You need to mention that Guyana has had convictions, which has also kept court.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yes, we do. We did have success stories in terms of conviction, and that's one of the things the State Department has really emphasized. So we need to have more conviction. But as recent as April of this year, we had our last conviction, and that also has helped in our case in having being a tier 1 country.
No. In Jamaica, especially when I tried to do training, there was a kind of inherent fear in like our healthcare workers and our community people that the trafficker was so powerful that they may come and, do reprisal, or they may have their arms in the police. I mean, all due respect to the police here. So they didn't want to call the local police station. They wanted either my number or Mr. Berry's number, who was the top, right? So those factors, those nuances come into play. I don't know how you deal with it there.
Yes, we do. We do have a dedicated tip hotline number where persons can make their call, because it's true, some people may have reservations about making contact with the police or other law enforcement simply because of, as you pointed out, the connections. But training is important here, right?
Recanting, that's what it was. The conversation about the victim. When the persons recant and say, I do no longer want to do this, what has been your experience in Guyana around that? The victim or the survivor says after a while,
Well, right now, that is one of the main issues and one of the challenges we have in terms of having more convictions, because victims are there, and after spending some time, they themselves say they don't want to continue and so on. And as pointed out yesterday, some of them feel that, okay, why should I stay in here, my family money home? I can go back to what I was doing. Maybe I can still get a little change to send back to my family and so on. But that is one of the main factors affecting conviction rates in Guyana and I guess in the Caribbean, because many of these victims, they're not going forward with cases.
So is that an area that need more investigation, research, understanding?
Well, I think perhaps one of the things work in the favor is expedited cases, because if they spend too long, right, they kind of give up. So if we can get some of these cases expedited, because the success story had with those 2 cases that were convicted is because the cases were expedited.
And I'm agreeing with you, and I'm understanding that, but how, because it's not just for trafficking, it's for gender-based violence, it's for HIV, everything across the board, anything related to human and or us trying to understand what experience we've really gone through to trauma and to be able to come forward. It's for criminals. When you see somebody murder your family, you are also afraid. So the question still goes back. How do we, what type of conversations we need to be having in terms of campaign? I don't know. I'm just saying, how are we going to fix or address or raise awareness around that part of our culture? And not just culture, but human behavior.
Well, in Guyana, what we do, on the task force, we have different subcommittee, one of which is sensitization and awareness. Members of that committee will do a lot of outreaches to bring to the attention of the different communities everything as it relates to tip and to become what to become aware of and how to protect yourself and so on, right? And not only outreaches, but also you have engagements with different agencies like immigration officer, schools, right? Hotel. Some of the hotels we did, because what we found out is that we told hotels that some people can be group here and then they move and bring to your hotel because of police network and so on. So much education, much awareness is critical, also training, and then we also need to have good counsel workers who are counseling these people to let them understand that if they give up, as our counsel pointed out here, if they didn't use what they did, then this matter would have really gone down the drain. So it costs a collaborative effort of everyone. So thank you finally. Because we are joined by the other group. Good. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for being so prompt. I believe now we have a designated representative from each workshop that'll come up and give us a little summary. Don't make me choose. Oh, I got scared. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank
you're
you.
in the first workshop?
Yes, the first one. Good day, dear colleagues. Our workshop on successful identification and referral of victims of trafficking in persons was well facilitated by Mr. Neil Bacchus, my colleague from Guyana. We had very robust discussions, and one of the main underlying factors, it cannot be stressed, overstressed, the importance of having highly trained personnel in these processes, from our frontline workers, our police officers, our counter-trafficking units, the importance of having well-trained, compassionate, understanding personnel. It's extremely important. It was interesting to note the differences which exist in various jurisdictions on what police department, which units are in charge of what along this process. And Neil articulated in Guyana the amount of great government support and funding which goes towards support for trafficking victims. And it was pointed out by a colleague that Guyana is a tier 1 country. So there's a lot that is very enviable about how they do things and a lot that we need to model at. So I was very intrigued by the amount of support that Guyana gives to victims in terms of training support, skills training, dietary support, money to start their own businesses. And these are things which it does not exist in my jurisdiction, I could say. It leaves a lot for us to work towards. And colleagues did point out a disproportionate burden that social workers in some territories have to face, that social workers may be overburdened with having to investigate and to look into cases, whereas Guyana has a well-structured process of the counter-trafficking units with the support of the police department doing it. Our colleague here from the DPP's office in Jamaica shared a very inspiring case of a victim who, up to the point of trial day, wanted to have the case dismissed. And it was very inspiring in the sense that even in my jurisdiction, too many cases go down the drain when the victim refuses to testify. So I was extremely intrigued when the gentleman from the DPP's office has said that even though the victim wanted the case dismissed, his office wouldn't have it. They wouldn't take a word for it. And they highly recommended a pause in proceedings to allow for when the victim is ready. And he made the good point that as an end user in prosecutions, even though the police, every other process is followed, when it gets to that stage, if the victim is not ready and capable of giving evidence, then there is no point. That it stands a great chance of jeopardizing the case. So it went to the point of adequate counseling and psychological support being provided at all steps to the victims and survivors of this. This is extremely important. It's a critical support mechanism. We also spoke about the role of NGOs, the indispensable role of NGOs in territories where there is not so much great government support, in providing things like care packages, material support, and even psychological and counseling support. Training and awareness, even at the community level, was touched on. There is too much information that many people do not know. They're not aware of what trafficking is, how it is taking place, how we can combat it. And because the survivors have to be reintegrated into the communities, they have to go back to those very same communities. It is necessary that at the community level, people have the relevant information to combat this issue and to help survivors reintegrate seamlessly. We realized that there were legislative inconsistencies across the region in how different countries tackle this issue. And for us to be a united region in this battle, it is necessary that we have greater cross-border collaboration and that we all work together on the same page in order to combat this issue. I hope I've done justice to my group. Thank you.
Let's have another round of applause. That was so well organized. My goodness, that was like a dissertation keynote on a workshop. Thank you for that. So not to put anyone in the spotlight, but the follow-up from the next session really has a big shoes to fill. So who's the representative from the second workshop? Oh, they do. Are you volunteering? No? Here you go. Good luck.
Good morning, everybody. So I was surprised 2 minutes ago to be chosen. And because I'm so delighted and honored to report back on this session on collaboration that my close colleague Lizette facilitated, I might shake things up a little bit and call on some of my counterparts who were in the room. Because, it's always important to share the joy, right? So this session was on effective collaboration among state and non-state actors to combat trafficking in persons. And I like it because it really shoots off very nicely from what we were talking about yesterday evening. So I took copious notes because I was very impressed with the presentation of Lizette, as always. So Lizette really talked about collaboration among state and non-state actors by giving us a lot of information on what exists, right? Especially under the work of the UNODC. So amongst the UN organizations, we know that the UNODC is really the leading agency when it comes to human trafficking work. Lizette would have made reference to the Palmero Protocol and would have directed us towards Articles 9, 10, and 11. So imagine embedded in the protocol is the aspect of collaboration and cooperation, which really means to say that none of the work to free persons who are trafficked can happen unless we work together. And I think that throughout Lizette's presentation, she was very careful to underscore the difference between superficial and meaningful collaboration. So, for example, if countries are asking for training of particular units, the UNODC tends to make it very clear that it's not just about the training, but rather units have to have that institutional mechanism developed in order to carry on the work, carry on the knowledge that is imparted from the training. And I sat there and I listened and I felt this is so important because yesterday we talked about the shortcoming of tick boxing, yeah? Especially when it comes to having to report for the US to report and that sort of thing. So I hope that's something that we would carry away to our various units and countries, that we have to have those mechanisms built in a really meaningful way. Lizette talked some more about what she mentioned this morning, which is really the TIP committee, which is this mechanism being developed to have all of the units. And we talked about yesterday how that's a measure of success that we mark in the Caribbean so far, that almost all of the CARICOM countries have units existing. Now, let's take it a step further. So the UNODC is pulling together this committee for all of the units to meet from time to time. And that date proposed is July 19th, which is very soon. So that is good to hear. So I got excited when I heard about that. And in my head, I was imagining all of these countries. Is it going to have all of the countries? Yes. And the units coming together. And it gave me hope that the goose will be found. Because if the units come together and they could look at the gaps and the overlaps and the opportunities and the strengths, then we're going to come closer to the thing that we want, right? We also talked about non-state actors. We underscored the importance of civil society agencies and really them playing a part in a meaningful way. And interestingly enough, some colleagues that I've been chatting with since yesterday unfortunately shared some experiences they had as NGOs of really being disempowered in particular fora, not this one, right? In particular fora, state fora, and I think that that is something that I hope discussions can happen a bit more this week and an awareness coming away from this fora about that, because that really shouldn't be happening at all. And then I'll get to some fun facts that I learned about. There's an item called, and I can't say it in Spanish, but I'll try, Operación Turquesa, yes, which involves 33 countries coming together to fight against trafficking in persons. And this has to do with Latin America and the Caribbean, yes. I also learned about an organization called HOP. So we may have to map it there, HOP, and that's the Aruba Humanitarian Organizations Platform. Isn't that wonderful? Yeah, so periodically they come together and these organizations share what they have been doing in the fight against TIP and other related issues. And lastly, I'll end with a number of key resources that Lizette would have identified. And that's ICAT, Alliance 8.7, the Global Protection Cluster, and the UN Network on Migration. Yeah, so thank you very much.
All right. It sounds like both of our workshops went really well. And now we're going to be moving into a facilitated discussion on the best practices in the application of the non-punishment principle, and that's by Amber Sherwood. Amber, yes, of course, that's right. I was like, I definitely know this. So Amber is the country director for Belize at the Human Trafficking Institute, and she's worked with the police department and trained their officers and government partners. She was an assistant state attorney for 15 years. That is so impressive. And that was in Florida. She's prosecuted hundreds of cases, including homicide, child sexual exploitation offenses, and trafficking. And she was a legislative chairperson in 2023 for the Tampa Bay Human Trafficking Task Force. I love having our legal women here to talk about this. So, Amber, come on up. Let's hear what you have to say about the non-punishment principle. Is Victor still at the Human Trafficking Institute?
He is. He's our CEO. Yes.
Oh, he's the best.
Oh, we love him too.
Oh, I'm so
yes. Thank you so much for the introduction. I appreciate it. I have the clicker, so we're in good shape. Well, good morning, almost afternoon. I know that many of you have food on your mind, so I promise to stick with the time frame assigned to me here. I am well aware of the need to get lunch when it's time for lunch. Well, allow me to introduce my organization to all of you. If you haven't heard of us, the Human Trafficking Institute exists to decimate modern-day slavery. And our primary method of doing this is empowering police and prosecutors by embedding experts right into the justice system. And Belize is one of our partner countries. Specifically in Belize, we are lucky enough to have an MOU with the Belize Police Department and the Department of Human Services. And our unit is actually embedded with shared office space with the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Police Unit. They partner with us with their investigations, giving us their actual case file and asking for our input and our guidance. We provide training to those officers, and we provide training nationwide to the different police formations. That's one of our practices this year. We also have a victim assistance coordinator. She has joined us here in Jamaica. In fact, our whole team for Belize is here. I will have to give a shout out to them. Ms. Kyla Ciego, our victim assistance coordinator, is present. Ms. Lady Urbina, our country programs coordinator, and Ms. Kazan Young, our administrative assistant. And they are incredible Belizean women. So a little bit about me so that you know how I ended up here in the first place. As our hostess said, I was a prosecutor for 15 years in the state of Florida. And the last 5 of those years I spent in the Special Victims Unit, and I handled cases, especially human trafficking cases, but including child exploitation, homicide cases, and got really passionate about the cause of human trafficking on the international scale. But after my several jury trial experience, I have to tell you, I'm really thankful to be able to stand up in front of a room and speak without someone yelling out, "Objection," all the time, because that was what I was used to. And now I get to speak freely, although feel free to ask questions at the end. Very good, very good. Okay. So the non-punishment principle, not to be confused with the idea of decriminalization of certain types of crimes, because these are two separate things. But the non-punishment principle that we're going to talk about today, it is the concept that trafficked persons should not be subject to arrest, charge, detention, prosecution, or be penalized or otherwise punished for the illegal conduct that they committed as a direct consequence of being trafficked. We're talking about the survivors. We're talking about the victims of trafficking. And we want to discuss how this is actually being implemented as we speak in the Caribbean countries. We want to actually go through with you a few case studies and the best practices that we have learned based upon the concerns that have arisen in those cases. Now I'd like to go forward, so there we go. All right. At the heart of the concept of any criminal charge is that of culpability. For my lawyers in the room, you probably immediately when you went to law school, you study this concept of mens rea and the intent to commit a crime. And the non-punishment principle has its foundations in some of these very basic legal concepts: duress, necessity, culpability. But then we also, as time has gone on, we've begun to see the way that the constructs of the mind have led to this term we call the trauma bond, and how that can lead to criminal behavior and criminality, even in people that are being victimized. Then we have the definitions in the Palermo Protocol, which call on the concept of coercion and manipulation and fraud as the means of the exploitation in the first place. And then, of course, for adults versus minors, we have that position of vulnerability for someone under the age of 18. When we have this construct for the crime of human trafficking itself, it would reasonably follow that we would have to recognize that while someone is being victimized in a human trafficking scenario, that it is likely they could end up being forced to commit crimes or being led to commit crimes for certain reasons that you and I maybe wouldn't initially understand. We're going to get a handle on this remote. There we go. Now, there are several recognized international treaties and agreements, some of which include, again, the Palermo Protocol, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the International Labor Organization, Forced Labor Convention, the OHCHR, the Optional Protocol and Convention on the Rights of the Child. Within these binding agreements, there are different portions which address the concept of a non-punishment principle. So these are guiding legal instruments that one of, and I would say the sort of seminal case that we're going to discuss today, used to analyze the potential violation of these international standards by the UK in prosecuting 2 minors. It's getting to be hilarious with my remote issues. The Palermo Protocol, which we've all discussed this morning quite a bit, this is the seminal document which many Caribbean countries have agreed to partnership with in their definition of trafficking in persons. And we see what I've highlighted and underlined in the Palermo Protocol. It would lend to the necessity of having a non-punishment principle within the laws. It discusses certain types of, I'd say, within those trials, that the consent of the victim or the person intended to be exploited would be irrelevant, right? So all of these concepts in Part C, even if this does not involve any of the means for children, these lead us to the creation and the need and the understanding of the importance of a non-punishment principle. Our signatories within the Caribbean and Central America include the majority of those countries. The OHCHR specifically makes the recommendation for the non-punishment principle, and it outlines it in such a way that I think it's important to break it down. You'll notice that a victim should not even be detained, let alone charged or prosecuted, for not just the immigration concerns that arise from being a victim of trafficking, but also their involvement in unlawful activities. And it shows what is the type of nexus. How do we decide what that looks like? Well, it's with any crime that is to the extent such involvement is a direct consequence of their situation as a trafficked persons. This kind of lends to a rather broad definition for some. And it has caused some confusion in the meting out and practical application of the non-punishment principle, as we'll see in a case study in Belize that we'll discuss. Now, based on the Palermo Protocol and those who would observe the non-punishment principle, some countries have high levels of immunity for victims of trafficking and prosecution for their crimes and their immigration violations. Some have limited immunity, and then finally, some have very limited immunity. The different categories are if certain countries only give them immunity from immigration-related offenses, then they would be considered very limited. Other countries, they do provide certain types of criminal liability and immigration offenses immune, but then our highest level and the ideal law would have no criminal liability for not just acts of your non-punishment principles on this slide. And let's have you look up, where does your country stand? Do you have high immunity? Do you have low? Do you have kind of in between? And let's discuss that at our tables. We're going to take about 10 minutes, and we're going to have you look up your country's TIP Act for non-punishment principle. And then I would like for us to go ahead and discuss whether it's full immunity or limited immunity in your home countries. And then we'll come back to that. How many tables need more time? Raise your hand. Everybody done? Okay, great. Everyone looks done. Wonderful. All right. So by a show of hands and going back to our chart, show of hands, whose country had the highest level of immunity within their TIP laws? Show of hands. Okay. See a couple hands. All right. Okay. Now, you can name the country. Go ahead. Jamaica. Great. Yes. Okay. Back up. Back up. Back up. Back up. So, we have limited immunity actually in Jamaica. All right. That's okay. All right. What countries had the highest level of immunity? Shout them out. You have Guyana. My Belizeans, we do. Yep. Trinidad and Tobago, yes. Trinidad and Tobago actually falls under broad immunity. All right. I'm glad we have the excitement going here. I will break it down for you. Here's a cheat sheet. Here you go. Broad immunity. Barbados, Belize, Guyana, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago. Limited immunity within the Bahamas, Cayman Islands, and Jamaica, and very limited immunity in the following countries you can see: Grenada, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts, Nevis, Turks and Caicos. And a pronunciation of those things may not have been the best. Thank you for your understanding. Okay, but hopefully that gives you a picture of where your country currently stands, so that when we're looking at the pitfalls, the best practices that are needed to kind of implement, you can take back with you what new ideas you could bring to the table. Now, to actually, in this room, I feel like we're going to have a lot of support for the non-punishment principle, which is great. But I know that some of you might be taking back these principles to an audience that is not interested or does not understand why we need the non-punishment principle when it comes to trafficking in persons, victims and survivors, right? And so to give you some fuel for those conversations, we know that traffickers establish this level of dependence, right, with their survivors. There's often an element of fear or isolation, control, and violence. There are even domestic violence dynamics within these relationships. There are often even, survivors that didn't see themselves as victims initially. In the cases that I worked as a prosecutor, I would find that victims were often forced to take controlled substances. Sometimes what started off as a need for something small became an addiction to things like crack cocaine and heroin. And it took their life into this spiral of behavior that led to more and more types of criminality just because of that addiction, which their trafficker used as a vulnerability to gain compliance to traffic them. Now, there's also the fear of law enforcement and the deportation authorities instilled by the trafficker. These cause victims to not wish to come forward, as many of you know. Now, one of my victims, in one of the main cases that I always refer back to, she had actually been on probation while she was being trafficked and had drug violations, had gone before the court multiple times. She had a defense attorney, she had a prosecutor, she had a judge, and none of these people uncovered the fact that she was a victim of trafficking in persons. None. It went on for 2 years. And she was constantly afraid, and her trafficker would even use it against her. If you do this, if you do that, if you don't listen, I'm going to get you rearrested. I'm going to call your probation officer. And he would go with her even to her court appearances. Those are extreme but real incidents. Now, the impact on criminal records for victims of trafficking in person can lead to these staggering statistics that you see on this slide. These are statistics of survivors of human trafficking for while they were being trafficked. 91% of 130 trafficking victims that were surveyed reported that they were arrested while they were being trafficked. 42% were minors at the time of their arrest and victims of trafficking at the time. Over 40% were arrested 9 times or more within the time they were trafficking victims. 73%, they lost employment as a result of their criminal records, and 58% suffered barriers for housing due to those criminal convictions. These statistics and these problematic future abilities to rehabilitate and to move on in their lives lead us to needing non-punishment principles, which also allow them to have justice for their own criminal backgrounds. It affects housing, jobs, child custody. Some victims of trafficking have actual sex registration offenses in different places throughout the world. Voting, education, and travel. So we know that there is a great need for the non-punishment principle to assist victims in trafficking in re-establishing themselves. Now, I want to move to an actual case study that occurred in Belize. And this case study is going to really speak to all of us about some of the ways that we can help educate our judiciary and help to clarify our laws. This leads to the need for best practices and helps us to kind of set those stage for that. In 2019, in the Supreme Court of Belize, a claimant who was a businessman, he had employed 2 Indian nationals. They took his vehicle and some money, and they fled to Mexico, where they were arrested. They were taken into custody. Upon being brought back to Belize, these 2 men were actually found to have been trafficked by the claimant. The Department of Immigration repatriated these 2 victims back to their home country of India because the Department of Immigration found that they were actually trafficking victims. So they were not charged, and they were brought back to their home country. But the trafficker, a bold man, I should say, decided to sue the government of Belize saying, you let 2 people go who stole from me. So now you owe me the money that they would have had to pay if they were prosecuted. It sounds absurd to you and I, but to an untrained eye who doesn't understand the dynamics of a trafficker and the victims in these cases, it can lead to some confusion in the courtrooms. So ultimately, I'll have you know, so that you're not holding your breath for what was the outcome of something like this, the judge, who was a civil judge, not a criminal judge, which also speaks to the need to get to the civil bar, right? The civil judge did not agree with the trafficker. At the end of the day, he said your prosecutor had discretion to not charge these 2 men with stealing your car. But the judge did say some things that are concerning in his opinion. And this is not to insult the judge. This is a lack of understanding that sometimes we have in these really, well-educated people that are sitting on the bench as our judges, because they just haven't simply been trained. He made comments as he was assessing whether these men were actually entitled to this repatriation. Were they really victims? And were they really exempt from prosecution of stealing this man's car? He pointed out, first, the language of Belize's statute, although, as I said, it is more robust than most, it still does not specify what types of criminal acts does it extend to. He, in his opinion, didn't think it should extend to a trafficking victim's need to escape from their trafficker. To me, it absolutely should extend to a victim's need to escape from their trafficker. He also made the statement that, hey, they were driving all over the country with a bunch of money. That doesn't sound like a victim to me. They had freedom of movement. And again, if you don't have that training to understand that sometimes the freedom has nothing to do with physical access, but mental freedom. And who do you trust and who do you feel like you can go to? And then the judge also found these men could have easily stopped at a police station and reported this. But those of us that work in this space, we actually know that victims of trafficking often do not trust the police. They are not comfortable. And since these men were in the possession of a stolen vehicle, they probably didn't want to stop at a police station, right? But let's discuss this even further. What does it look like when we have an opinion like this with a civil judge? Do we expect civil judges to understand trafficking in persons as well as criminal judges? Feel free to participate from the audience. What do we think? Being practical here, do we expect them to? Who's training civil judges? Anybody? Right? Did you think of that? It's an interesting issue, right? That doesn't come up very much. But should we consider the judiciary as a whole in the future? Yes, we should. Now, what about the concern that the judge raised about the Department of Immigration, even though they had found these individuals to be victims of human trafficking? Should the judge have questioned that finding? What do you think? Wouldn't think so. Is there, a sort of an understanding we might have that, okay, this judge who's unfamiliar with the process, who hasn't been trained, what might have helped him is to have a designated authority that would make that analysis and make that finding, right, within the statute. Yeah. Now, do we also think it's part of the responsibility of the legal team that represented the Department of Immigration to bring forth maybe some more facts to the judge? Yes. Could that have been done? Yeah. We want to make sure that, when certain ministries like the Department of Immigration has a case like this, are they coming to the right people for assistance within their country who could have helped, who could have presented the case? Do they partner with the DPP? Now, ultimately, this case did end up being ruled on in the way that I would say it should, right? The judge shut the man down. But this speaks to some of the loopholes in our laws that can lead to confusion, and to some of the places where our lack of training and lack of information sharing with civil and criminal partners can lead us to. Here is an even bigger question. Can the prosecution of a victim of TIP become a violation of international law? And let's look at the main case involving that question. This is the case of VCL and AN. These are two minors, so their names are abbreviated. It's from 2021. And this began in the UK. Now, this is what I would call the seminal case of the non-punishment principle in international law. I have not found something since then that was so specific and really dug into the issue. These are two minors as well, which I think makes this issue even bigger. But this is what occurred in this case. We have some Vietnamese minors. They were working in a cannabis factory in the United Kingdom. Law enforcement, actually two separate cases. They were not arrested at the same time. There was a sort of a commonality between their cases, so it ended up being combined on appeal. But at separate times, they were both found working in cannabis factories in the United Kingdom. And the competent authority which evaluated them for being a trafficking victim was a CSO. The prosecutor's office, the Crown, they disagreed with the CSO's decision that these were minor victims of trafficking in persons. And so they went forward with the prosecution. And since they were minors, their sentences were not as stiff as they would have been as adults, but they still did receive 22 months detention and then 18 months for the other. Their case was ultimately appealed, first to the local court bodies. You'll find, if you look into this case, that the first appellate court found the prosecution was actually justified, but it did reduce their sentences. It found some mitigation. That appeal went before the Supreme Court and was then denied for further hearing. A second appeal was lodged. One of the minors had provided evidence of mental health issues, but the conviction was still sustained. Then finally, both children appeal their cases to the European Court of Human Rights, and they base it on the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms. Now, that was the first time that court had heard this case, these types of cases, I should say. And it really pointed to these two main questions. Did the Crown fail to adequately protect victims of TIP? That was a big question, right? And did the Crown fail to apply the appropriate test as to whether these were victims of trafficking? They do use the Palermo Protocol in their analysis of whether or not this was a violation. And they also used Article 26 of the Anti-Trafficking Convention for the EU. And this raises the question, it's a very fair question. As a former prosecutor, I remember how important prosecutorial discretion was to me. And I remember the input from, assisting organizations, nonprofits was valuable, but ultimately we wanted to be able to make the decisions for what we did with our cases. So I'm sure that's part of what occurred here with the Crown. But ultimately, the findings were that, in fact, the Crown failed to properly refer the first victim's investigation into whether they were even a TIP victim. The court found that the Crown also failed to provide what's your justification, right? Under the Palermo Protocol, why aren't these victims of TIP? We need to mirror what the Palermo Protocol says a victim of TIP is with your decision for them to not have been victims of TIP and still charged, thus violating the non-punishment principle. They also found that even the failure of the Crown to investigate whether these were TIP victims affected the defense for one of the minors. Could have been evidence that was found and it was not secured. So ultimately, the Crown was found to have violated the two convention articles. These are some of the statements from the European Court. And it does still remain, in their opinion, right, that prosecution is going to be discretionary. But nevertheless, we must not be at odds with our operational requirements and our duties, right? We have to protect these victims of TIP. We need to take a step back, right? We need to look again at what is the standard? What does the Palermo Protocol say? Those assessments, the early identification of these victims. If you're going to depart in any way from finding someone's a victim of TIP, well, then you need to have clear reasons as to why. And these particular findings direct us to best practices. I want to get to another discussion at your table, and I want to make it brief if we can. But some of the difficulties in the application of the non-punishment principle, the questions that are raised from these cases, involve these gaps in knowledge, this inconsistency in the interpretation of the law. You know, who is teaching TIP law to the agencies involved? Are they teaching it correctly? I'm serious. I mean it. Sometimes we even have wonderful speakers from different professions that come to some events, but they don't actually know the law, and so they do unfortunately mislead the audience in some of the information they provide. What entity will have the ultimate authority in each country to designate a person as a victim of TIP? We want to make sure that the non-punishment principle is actually practiced in a way that is fair across the board, follows the laws that we've said we're going to comply with. And are our laws clear enough for courts to interpret what types of crimes they apply to? Do the laws still apply if a TIP victim wants to go and clear their background years later? Does every victim of TIP immediately become involved in an investigation? Do some victims of TIP realize that once so much time has passed that they have several felony convictions on their record? What's the mechanism in your country for going back and letting them have some kind of justice for those days that have passed, right? So I want us to reflect on some of the issues that I've brought up, which there are quite a few. And at your tables, you know, if you could, write down difficulties or note difficulties in your home country based on your experience, and then share with some of your group of members. And I'll give you a few minutes for that. All right, we'll start wrapping it up in the interest of time. Thank you. All right. So here are some best practices concerns. I know these conversations could go on for a while, right? Because this is really interesting and a big concern for all of us here who care so much about justice for these victims. And here are some questions to take back with you to consider whether your laws should start to reflect some more specifics, or maybe your SOPs or national action plans can contain this, even if it's not in your laws. Will a prosecutor be considered the competent authority? Will an NGO? Who will determine whether the standards of the Palermo Protocol are being followed? Does your country care if it violates international law is another question, right? Right. What should the standard be of how a victim is determined to be a TIP survivor? Should we limit how far this goes? Will post-conviction relief be available? Here's some recommended practices. To expand the application of the non-punishment principle, especially beyond immigration-related offenses in our laws here in the Caribbean. To discuss the development in prosecutors' offices of a screening process that identifies TIP victims. If they come across your desk with a charge for prostitution, this should be the most obvious thing to look for first. Is this a trafficking in persons case? If they come across your desk as a minor in the company of an adult and they're selling narcotics, it should occur to you, was this a child labor trafficking case? If it's a gang member child that's come across your desk who's stealing some things for their gang, you should ask yourself, was this a child labor trafficking case? And it's not something that might be at the front of the mind of a lot of prosecutors if they do not have that tip experience. So you might want to consider in your prosecutor's offices going beyond your tip unit, having all prosecutors trained on what to look for. Clarify that a prosecutor is tasked with determining whether a person is a victim of tip. Educate the branches of government, including the judiciary and civil judges. Develop a legal framework to seal and expunge past criminal records if a person can be identified as a victim of tip. There's an example here for a process of expungement and sealing of a past criminal record that involves the filing of a petition. It includes the prosecutor's sort of agreement, and it must have different pieces of their circumstances that have been, I would say, improved upon. In this particular model, they can no longer be in the process of being trafficked. They have to have sought services. Now, this particular model also excludes certain types of crimes because that might be at the front of a lot of people's minds, which is a very valid concern. Can we say every single type of crime is excluded by the non-punishment principle? I think most people would say that there are limits, and this particular model does have certain limits. And these are the limited crimes that cannot be expunged. And that's definitely a matter of preference. Okay? And last, I want to make sure I'm on time, and it looks like I am, and I'm sure you all would agree that that's going to be important, but I'm here for questions, even not in this forum of being able to do it back and forth. So please come and see me if you have questions or thoughts. But the goal of the non-punishment principle is the goal that all of us have here, and that is full justice for victims, which allows for restoration and for them to be made whole and live the lives they would have lived if they had not been victimized. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone. Another round of applause for such a thought-provoking discussion. Interactive and elucidating. This is always why we love having lawyers speak, as I think it's just so clear and so interesting. So now, highlight of the day, we have lunch. It'll be served in this room, so please feel free to stay seated. And you'll notice that one of your most highly anticipated sessions, mine, is coming up after lunch. You'll have a session before that, but we've sent out a document that kind of gives you a little teaser of what we'll be talking about. Basically, we'll be wanting to come up with some thoughts from the Caribbean region on what we think the pulse of the moment is in the movement. Like, what are we concerned about? How do we represent our concerns, our trends, our victims? So just keep that in mind as you're munching on your lunches and going through the rest of the day, and we can just basically have some form of representation from this forum of what we think we should contribute to the global narrative on this. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll all be around. Hello, everyone. So lunch was great for our table. I'm hoping everyone else enjoyed theirs as well. Yes. Bukani, you finally got your red rice? Bukani, you finally got your red rice? Good. Okay, I'm glad it passed muster. So now we're going into our next panel, responding to cross-border trafficking in the CARICOM region. And we actually have a celebrity for you. So, as you know, I'm a huge fan of all the women leaders we have in the room. Obviously love the men, but really excited about all the strong women here. And Charmaine Gandhi Andrews is one of them. In Trinidad and Tobago, she's had a full career, almost 40 years, if you can believe it, in public service. She's won all these awards, which I'll get into in a second, but she was the first female chief immigration officer, which is an incredible thing for any law enforcement or enforcement role. She was the Trafficking in Persons hero for the US State Department in 2014, and she won the International Organization for Migration's Migrant Hero Award as well in Port of Spain. She started the Trinidad and Tobago's counter-trafficking unit, and she's really got a wealth of experience in this space, so I'm really excited to have her here. Miss Gandhi Andrews, if you'd like to come up and introduce your panel.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here and to be moderating this panel. I know it's after lunch. I'm not sure if Brian is ready with, okay, great. So, wonderful. So, what we're going to be doing this evening really is having a conversation with Lisette. And if Lisette could please come up, because Lisette needs no introduction. We met her this morning. We are supposed to have Oliver online. And Oliver, you met yesterday from IOM Caribbean. And we also have Kamisha. Kamisha? Yes. So, and you would have met Kamisha already. You know Kamisha. So, really, our panelists need no introduction whatsoever because you've met them before. So, we have more time to discuss cross-border trafficking in persons and how we respond to it in the Caribbean region. The thing is, when we're talking about cross-border trafficking, we could talk about so many different things in cross-border trafficking. And for this panel, we really want to talk about a lot of things and touch on a lot of things that it's not your typical act, means, and purpose kind of thing. Everybody knows that in this room and even online. So we're trying to take a different approach and talk about some of the other things about trafficking in persons. Now, I know we just had lunch, and I know in Trinidad we call it a Macawell syndrome. I wouldn't tell you what the other name is because it might offend some people in the room and online, but we call it the Macawell syndrome. So to bring us back together and to liven things up before we start the panel discussion, we have a little Saturday Night Live video to show you. I don't know how many of you love Saturday Night Live. I do. My husband is a pure fan of Saturday Night Live because they have such interesting skits that talk about a number of social issues. So we're going to play one for you, which aired last Saturday. And I'll let it speak for itself as we work our way back into discussions about trafficking and different facets of trafficking. So, and all of this fast fashion because everybody wants something new, but something cheap that looks good. Now, how do we get it? All right? So I just thought that would have been a nice little interlude to bring us back into the room and a little bit of laughter to, counteract the Macawell syndrome. So I want you for a minute, because I was an immigration officer for 34 years, right? And I want you for a minute to pretend that you're an immigration officer. And you're on the line at the airport, and a young lady comes up to you. She's traveling alone, she's 17, and you start questioning her. Like, when we got to the airport at Kingston and everybody asking you questions, right? So she tells you that, I met this man online, and we became friends, and he really is my boyfriend, and he bought the ticket for me to come to Trinidad. Okay, so he bought the ticket for you to come. How well do you know him? Well, no, we just talk on Facebook. So how long are you coming for? And she tells you, well, I'm initially here for a month, and we'll see how things go, and whether we're going to move forward with this relationship. So you start to ask questions, as any good immigration officer would do. What do you think you would ask her next? What's the address you're staying at? Well, no, he's coming to meet me at the airport. So, I have a telephone number for him, and this is his name. Okay, what's the other question we're going to ask? What's his name? So he gives you his name. How much money you're traveling with? Well, I only have $50, And, well, he's taking care of all my expenses. I don't know. Yes, because I'm here for a month, so he bought me a return ticket. Where is the ticket? So she produces the ticket for you. Where are your parents? Do you know where they know that you're coming to Trinidad? Yes, they were really excited about me coming here. Say that again? Exactly. Just now she's a minor, but how our 17-year-olds behave? Like adults, right? Okay, so you begin to question further, right? Because you want to know whether you should land this young girl to go and meet this man. As a good immigration officer who knows about trafficking, what would you do? Okay. So, okay. Right? So we send her to secondary, right? And you delve more. You call up the man. Okay. Yes, I'm outside to meet her. And he starts giving you a different story. Well, not as a friend of the family. And she just come in on vacation. Right? So, different stories. Again, as a good immigration officer, what do you think he'll do? Refuse her entry. Because of what? Uh-huh. Good. She's a CARICOM national, so we had to be real careful in CARICOM. And you know how it is, especially with Trinidad and Jamaica, when Trinidadian immigration officers send back a whole set of Jamaicans, what's going on, right? Big international incident. But in the investigation, because this is a true story, I was a supervisor on duty at the time at the airport. So when we spoke to the man and we brought him inside, we decided to call Special Branch Police, works very closely with us, said, just run a check on this man to realize that the man was a convicted rapist. But when we refused her entry, when we took all of those things into consideration, we thought about saving her from herself and what might happen to her at the hands of this man, who clearly had been grooming her all along to come to Trinidad. And that's what frontline officers face all the time. The challenge with an immigration officer is that you have 90 seconds to make a decision. Because when you have a long line of 200, 300, 400 passengers looking at you, you don't have the luxury of really going in depth. And I just wanted to start off with that because it shows what we face. And when we have persons coming into the country and how you have to take a whole lot of factors into consideration, including trafficking in persons, in 90 seconds. So we're talking this afternoon about cross-border trafficking. And really, and Senor mentioned it this morning, that you really cannot talk about human trafficking in isolation from the broader topic of migration. If you go back to the 1900s with white slave traffic, it was women and girls being moved from one country to the next for the purposes of prostitution. That's going back to the 1800s and the 1900s. So we're talking about migration. I remember in 2010 doing a training course in London, and the facilitator talked about both trafficking and human smuggling being immigration crimes. And immigration crimes because we were dealing with a lot of foreign nationals who were entering the country and who were being trafficked in the country. So they were migrating from one country to the next. So we touched a lot about different things this morning, especially when we were looking at the defenses and that you can use the fact that you were probably smuggled into the country as a defense and you would not be prosecuted for any immigration-related offense. So, cross-border trafficking or international trafficking of persons refers to when a trafficker transports a citizen of one country to another country for the purpose of exploitation. And according to the IOM, the International Organization for Migration, human trafficking victims representing 169 nationalities were identified in 172 countries worldwide. And the US Department of State has estimated that 600,000 to 800,000 human beings are trafficked across international borders each year. And of these, approximately 80% are women and girls, and up to 50% are minors, as coming out of one of their reports. And of course, the UNODC would have done their studies and identified 7 common causes of trafficking that overlap with the drivers of irregular migration and smuggling of migrants, and which make migrants vulnerable to the promises of traffickers offering them work or safety abroad, and even exploiting them in the irregular migration process itself. And some of these causes, of course, poverty, globalization, restrictive immigration and labor laws, natural disasters, corruption, harmful social and cultural practices. We're talking culture for this conference, and consumer demand and buying habits. Many victims, especially when I may not go there yet, many victims were initially smuggled into the country where they were exploited in the hopes, of course, of having a better life. In Trinidad, for example, 99% of all of the identified victims of trafficking have been foreign nationals. Most were Venezuela nationals who entered the country illegally by boat. And many of those victims were really faced with extreme poverty and were lured by the promise of employment in Trinidad. In Trinidad, we have mostly foreign nationals as compared to Jamaica, where it might be mostly locals who are being trafficked. Or even in Guyana, where there was mostly, again, internal trafficking. But for a country like Trinidad, we have had human smuggling along with human trafficking. So, we're talking today a little bit about migration because I want to set the stage for it. And I'm going to ask Oliver, because that's the International Organization for Migration. They do a lot of studies on migration, to describe for us what migration looks like in the Caribbean. What are some of the migration flows into and within the region? What might be the gender distribution of migrants and even their reasons for migrating? And what vulnerabilities that these migrants might be exposed to? I know it's a lot to put in there, Oliver, but I know you can handle it. And take it over.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon to you and also to all of the colleagues in the room. It's nice to be with you once again, albeit online. All right, so, and thanks for those questions. Of course, it's a privilege to come to you on behalf of the IOM Caribbean team. I have been talking to some of my Caribbean colleagues to see what they have to say about these subjects. So when you say I can handle it, it's not just me, but the team having an input. Now, yesterday, of course, we talked a bit about the migration, context in the Caribbean. So we'd like to not go too much back into what we said yesterday, but we did have a look at the World Migration Report, which came out not too long ago. And one thing, it focuses a bit on Latin America and the Caribbean in one of the sections. And it mentions a few things. So one thing, and some of these, a lot of these statistics are from 2020. So it mentions that the Bahamas, being a high-income country, had over 64,000 international migrants, 47% from Haiti, and Barbados, being another high-income country, being a destination for some of the migrants from within this sub-region, particularly from Guyana and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So we saw one thing there of movement towards high-income countries, but that wasn't always the case. We also had situations there with Dominican Republic, being home to nearly 500,000 Haitians in 2020. Of course, in 2022, there were some restrictions imposed there and some repatriations, which would have changed those figures. But of course, some of the Haitian migration is linked to some of the things that they are facing there, the gang violence, increase in sexual exploitation, by gangs against women and girls. So with Haiti and with others in the region, we also noted that these things, violence, are also pushing or driving movement. And also, as yesterday we discussed, it can be a consequence of the movement when not well regulated. Cuba also saw increase in immigration, but this time out of the region, also due to their situation, a worsening economic situation, facing sanctions as well. So many of them were heading out of the region to the US for opportunities, to Nicaragua even, because of the visa entry, lack of restrictions there or requirements, and some going to Panama to a lesser extent and moving onward in Central America. So there's also a note in the report talking about the Caribbean's relatively low greenhouse gas emissions. Even though that's the case, the Caribbean is still prone to natural hazards, and this fuels some movement, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Dominica, and others in recent years. So let's look at those examples. We saw different reasons why people move. We talked yesterday about why those reasons could have a bearing on vulnerabilities. We want to make a point before talking about vulnerabilities that even though we may be focusing on the disaster areas where the things are really happening the worst, it's important to keep the focus balanced because you don't want other disasters popping up. So money follows disaster, but at the same time, we want to keep in focus that there are other situations that are not as glaring but also need to be managed. So in terms of those vulnerabilities, we have some typical protection risks in the Caribbean region: absence of legal identity, lack of regular pathways, which could lead to dependence on those criminal networks, transnational networks that even ODC might speak more in depth about, which in turn could lead to higher levels of extortion, violence, abuse, exploitation, and trafficking, as we're discussing, xenophobia also, and then also facing the arm of the law in the country they're going to block from entry, deportation, detention. Migration at sea also has is linked to disasters that are linked to the sea. So we can think about what those might be. And then we have several protection risks that are particular to migrants from Venezuela and Haiti, given their situations. Their language and cultural barriers as well, on top of what they face, make it a bit more difficult as well to access protection where necessary. Access to education also is an issue. Language makes that more difficult also. Employment, you need to have the ability to work in terms of a work permit. Even if you have a work permit, Do you have the social capital needed to get employment in the country you're going to? So these things and more. Yesterday we mentioned briefly the Darien Gap. Now, of course, that's not in the Caribbean, but we noted Haitians and Cubans from the Caribbean traveling through the Darien Gap. And then one of the the scariest things I heard was a report of persons actually, women of course, taking like the birth control pill before going through the Darien Gap in anticipation of the possibility of being raped. So along with that danger, many other dangers face persons going through that gap, and some coming from our region. So these are some of the things we wanted to point out as vulnerabilities. One of the largest ones, of course, is death itself. That could happen through that gap, but the World Migration Report again says that in 2022 there were more than 300 deaths and disappearances of migrants in the Caribbean, which is the highest number since this data was started to be collected. So with those things, okay, I think I'm taking a bit too much time now, but I want to mention just quickly, Charmaine, that we're trying to look at an IRM approach to protection, where we would look at the determinant of vulnerability, or migrant vulnerability model, which allows us to look at protection factors, risk factors, comparing them at the individual, household, community, and structural levels, which will help us to get a better idea of what those vulnerabilities are, and then to try to propose interventions that are suitable. So I'll leave it there for now. And the last one you mentioned was the gender. So we, in the same report, mentions it being basically even in the Latin American Caribbean region, in terms of male and the female immigration. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Oliver. One of the things that we note, and I'm looking at Trinidad and Tobago because, of course, with my profession, I can speak to it. And when we're talking about the migrants being smuggled into Trinidad and Tobago, it can be either through a legal port of entry or through an illegal port of entry. Sounds kind of weird to send illegal port of entry, but they enter in the country illegally at different ports, different points along the coast in Trinidad and Tobago. And it's not only from Venezuela. Eh? We see people being smuggled by boat from Grenada and St. Vincent via all of these schooners that come into trade. And we see a lot of fraudulent documents as well, along with the human smuggling. And in terms of fraudulent documents, you'll see fraudulent passports, you'll see fraudulent visas, fraudulent work permits. So anything that a smuggler and a trafficker, because they work hand in hand and they're sometimes the same people, any document that is required to enter the country, they can forge. And sometimes they have help from some officials, and I'll give you all a story about that a little bit later in the discussion. But I want to turn to Lisette because human smuggling, at least for Trinidad and Tobago, is a huge issue. And we've seen not only within Trinidad, we see other countries where they're coming into, they're being smuggled via the legal ports of entry. And I want Lisette to talk about what the smuggling of migrants look like into the region, how big of a problem it is, and how can we address the smuggling issue.
Wow, thank you for that question. No, thank you, Charmaine, and thank you, Oliver, for being part of the panel. I think, as I was talking earlier, and I think for those of you who weren't in my workshop, I was discussing, how UNODC is trying to work hard to expand our work in the Caribbean, right? And one of the reasons why is precisely migrant smuggling. There isn't one workshop, one request for cooperation that doesn't include the aspect of migrant smuggling, but precisely one of the challenges that we have in our region is there's not enough legislation specific to migrant smuggling in the region. That's the first thing. And that differentiates to tip and smuggling. Two, the aspect of capacity building. Thankfully, that we are advanced or more advanced as it relates to trafficking in persons, but not so much to the degree of differentiating when you have both crimes within the same individual. And for example, for the case of Trinidad, we see, like you were saying, a lot of migrants that arrive through irregular pathways. And I mentioned earlier, there was a request from the Coast Guard that say, we know they may be victims of trafficking. We know clearly that they're being smuggled, but we don't necessarily have, not that we don't have the skills or the knowledge, but we don't think that we're at the level that we should be on how to deal with them, understanding that both crimes are, connected and that they're happening with people. So the first thing I would say is, and I was talking earlier about the importance of national action plans and legislation and whatnot. So first would be establishing legislation specific to migrant smuggling. We've bbeen working with CARICOM Impacts lately, in fact, with collaboration with IOM to establish model legislation for the Caribbean in smuggling of migrants. It's one of those things that we're hoping to, advance as we move into that initiative. The other thing that we want to do is also some guidance documents in general for the Caribbean context on how to deal with migrant smuggling. And three, one of the aspects that I think are super relevant at understanding and how to work with or to combat migrant smuggling in our region is those cultural aspects that you were talking about. Understanding, for example, the cultural context of those Haitian migrants that are coming to our region, to our different countries, or the cultural context of those Venezuelan migrants, to be able to not only, we receive them in the countries and the different immigration measures that are taken, but how do we prevent it from the root cause? And a lot of that is crisis, economic need, gang violence, like Oliver was saying. A lot of it is out of the realm that we can immediately, resolve. But I think international cooperation and establishing legislation for it is going to be the starting point. And then we move to the other part of action plans, standard operating procedures, and capacity building to sort of sustain all of those previous efforts.
One of the things, and in talking to a lot of the victims of trafficking, the Venezuelan nationals in particular, and I might add 89% of the victims that we've had were Venezuelan nationals over the last 10 years. When they're recruited, the trafficker makes arrangements for them to be transported to Trinidad. And there are a number of routes within Venezuela that they take to get to the Tucupita region, and then make their way from there to different points in Trinidad. So there are different ways that different pathways, and the traffickers usually make all of the arrangements and tell them where to go, who to meet, and how to wait, and they'll tell them when they're going to be leaving and where they're stopping along the route, because sometimes they don't even know it's a boat. Sometimes they don't know that they're leaving Venezuela to actually go to another country. They think that Trinidad belongs to Venezuela, right? So they are duped into thinking that they're still within Venezuela. But what we know is that smuggling and cross-border trafficking involves a lot of organized networks, because it wouldn't happen if it wasn't organized. We're talking about moving between countries. What can we do to disrupt these networks, Lisette?
I think one of the first things is to going back to understanding the context. So, for example, I'm sure all of you know because we're all from the region, but Venezuela and Trinidad are very close. So having that in mind, it's easy to understand why you would trick somebody into thinking, it's just right there, that you're not really moving to another country. So that's one of those things. The second one, I think you and I were discussing is, and eventually you're going to lead to it, but corruption is a big enabler as it relates to smuggling of migrants too. And I'm sorry to get advanced from the questions we discussed, but corruption is an enabler too, because yes, these networks are organized, using the example of Trinidad and Venezuela, and you have people who are organizing and liaising with those criminal networks in Trinidad and vice versa, but you also have people in positions of power who take advantage of the criminal networks and the vulnerabilities of the people being smuggled to then lead to that, exploitation. And sometimes, like you said, it's the same, it's the same criminal group. So before we started, I was discussing with Mario a little bit about this question, because corruption keeps on being one of those aspects that we want to work to improve, but how can we do it? It's one of those really hard things that's going to depend on the legislation of the country, the ways that, that you're suspended. Instead of just receiving a suspension, then you should be taken out of the system, like a stronger consequence system that would deter acting on corruption. I've seen cases, and this is a true story, very unfortunate to have been part of that experience, but I was working with a specialized tip prosecutor in one country, and then months later, that tip prosecutor was suspended for tip. I swear to God.
Yes.
And it's one of those things, it was led to an investigation, and then this person was suspended. But it doesn't mean he's not going to be able to be part of the system again, into all over again doing corruption into what he knows, which is trafficking. So I think using all of that, the first thing is being able to have a consequence system for things like corruption. And two, I continue to push the needle forward on capacity building, but also coordination and collaboration among government stakeholders too. I was talking earlier in my workshop session, it's like, sure, you can have focal points, sure, you can have action plans, but if they're not strategically and effectively put, into action, really, we're not going to have a lot of results. So I hope that answers the question.
I want to bring Kamisha into the discussion as we touched on the corruption. And what are your thoughts on whether corruption is an issue in your investigations of trafficking in persons?
Well, in Jamaica thus far, there is no empirical evidence that there are officials complicit in trafficking investigations. Mind you, theoretically and logically, we know that the networks, for them to work, there must be, players from many of the crucial aspects of the various agencies, for example, immigration, law enforcement, police officers, and so on. But in terms of us having a report or a statement, something to point us in the direction of a particular individual, there's nothing to suggest that. However, there are concerns that we have in terms of, and this is just broadly, in terms of clubs, go-go clubs in particular, where we may find somebody in law enforcement working at the door. Mind you, it may not mean, because it's a go-go club, it doesn't mean automatically that trafficking is occurring at this place, but it is a place of interest, it's a place of concern, it's somewhere that us as police officers, we look at these places and we seek to conduct surveillances and so on. So if there's a police officer working at the door, being a security guard, that's a concern. So it may not be that it's happening there, but if it is happening there, a victim, knowing that this is a police officer working at the door, may not be so, ready to communicate that I am experiencing things that I know are not right. May not be able to say it's trafficking, but will not be willing to communicate it. So it sends a bad message, not only to the victim, but also to the persons who are attending the location. Right. So those are some of the concerns that we have, though we have no data.
And if I may, add some more into that, all of you earlier were talking about trust. Trust in a region, building trust, building rapport is a big deal, And one of the other challenges that we have in terms of corruption is that lack of trust in law enforcement is also used as a method to control victims of trafficking, especially if they're migrants and they're undocumented. Do you think immigration is going to go, support you? Do you think anybody from law enforcement is going to go listen to your case? All you're going to be is deported, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So all of this too, combined with the concerns with corruption, that's also used as a method to control victims into being subjected to trafficking as well, which is an increased vulnerability too. And we have it a lot in our regions, considerably, the fact that we're seeing a lot of, migrant victims in most of the countries too.
One of the things that we observed is that it's not only migrants coming in from within the region or intra-regional migration. We've seen a lot of extra-regional migration as well. And persons coming in, like in the case of St. Lucia that Murphylas alluded to yesterday, persons coming in from Nepal. In Trinidad, we've had persons coming in from almost every country in the world except 2, when we look at our statistics, right? I'm sure in Jamaica, we have persons coming in from outside of the region as well. And some of it, I'll give you, let me highlight what I want to ask Lisette by giving you a story of a case that we worked on together with CBP, the Customs and Border Protection. They have a liaison in Trinidad, and at the border in the US, they picked up a Pakistani national. And in questioning the Pakistani national, he told the officers that he had traveled to Trinidad and that arrangements were made for him in Trinidad to get to the US. He would have paid almost $20,000. Well, he was supposed to pay $20,000. He had already paid 5, and he was supposed to work with somebody in the US to pay off the rest of the money. So they came to us asking for information about this particular person. What we recognize in the investigation is that there was a significant increase in the numbers of persons coming in from Pakistan and Bangladesh and some from India into Trinidad. But they were coming under the guise of that they were businessmen, and they had all of these letters from supposedly business people in Trinidad inviting them to have discussions on certain investments. And there were some of them who said that they were coming to go to school in Trinidad. And they were paying an immigration officer, especially with the ones from school, they were paying the immigration officer, 1, to admit them in the country, and 2, there was another one they were paying to approve student permits for them. Now, how it operated is that an African national, somebody from Ghana who was a permanent resident in Trinidad, was collaborating with his network to bring these migrants from Pakistan, Bangladesh, and even India to Trinidad. They would get these student permits, and then they would go to the Colombian embassy to apply for visas to go to Colombia. When they get the visas to go to Colombia, they would then make their way up through Central America into the US, and then they would be picked up by whoever is in the network in the US to be taken to these restaurants or these factories to work to pay off their debts. And we found this out with the Colombian embassy just by pure chance, because we were working with an official from the Colombian embassy who, in conversation, she said, we saw quite a number of persons come in who had applied for student permits in Trinidad, coming to get visas because they had to show some connection to Trinidad in order to get the visa to go to Colombia. But she noticed it was this one African individual who was bringing them in all the time to apply for the visas. So that's how, just by pure conversation, we actually uncovered a whole network. And what we started to do was to follow the money. At least the US started, the CBP officers started to follow the money. How difficult is it for us, Lisette, to follow the money in an operation that spans almost the whole globe?
Wow. Yes, it's very difficult. So the first thing, and I think when we were discussing about this panel too, is one, thinking what the legislation of the country allows as far as, asset seizure too. So thinking about that. Two, and I mentioned this before earlier, sometimes our countries, not every country has a specialized financial unit, for example. Some others do, and they're a little bit more advanced, on that. One recommendation, and I mentioned it earlier, and I put myself at your disposal for that, is take advantage, for example, of other counterparts. In your case, you did it with the US and Colombia. So first would be information sharing. That would be key to be able to understand and track, what's happening with you and with you and you. And maybe, just tie everything to be able to launch actions together. My other recommendation would be to take advantage of the private sector in our countries. A lot of these companies, Western Union, it's everywhere. And they have a financial intelligence unit. And they have people dedicated precisely to supporting and working with law enforcement. If you have an ongoing investigation, they can follow, they can help you follow the money. That's one of those things that I wrote in here to discuss in this panel. And three, understanding to, sure, follow the money, but what is the modality that we're seeing? The money that moves from labor exploitation is different from the amount of money that moves from sexual exploitation. Sometimes it can even be, I was seeing a case with, I don't remember which country it was, but it was precisely working with Western Union. And they started seeing a trend with an actual victim. She increasingly started sending, money to her family in Venezuela, and then more money and more money and more money and more money. And that led to that alert of, wait a second, what's happening here? And then they started liaising with authorities, and they ended up, uncovering a trafficking and smuggling ring. So I think first would be looking at what the legislation allows, but two, understanding the flow of the money based on the modality of trafficking, and third, taking advantage of financial units in your countries if you have it, but two, thinking of other actors that could support your investigations, because more often than not, for example, these companies have everything structured and easy, an easy way to track it. So it's also, if you have your, court order or whatever is going on with your criminal proceedings, it's a lot easier to use that to feed, your investigations. And following the money, I was talking to Mario about this morning, thinking about the challenges of our region and how do we work with it too. It's like, we're only thinking about money that Western Union can track, but what about crypto? Every day is getting more complicated as it relates to, cyber-enabled trafficking and cryptocurrency. How do you track that? So I think it would be partnerships that are key in be able to follow the money and the illicit flows as it relates to finance from trafficking.
I'd like to add, there's the element of the mutual legal assistance treaty that we could make use of. Also, we need to be reminded of the capacity of Interpol. So those are things that are in place to assist us with doing cross-border investigations. So once we are conducting a criminal investigation, just get those mechanisms working, and it could assist us very much in following the money.
Do you think how difficult would it be, and I know this morning we kind of touched on it, in seizing those assets? How could we even go about seizing those profits that these traffickers have made off of victims of trafficking, to even use as restitution for the victims?
Man, that's a really hard one. I gotta start by saying first, with restitution for the victims, that's still another aspect in general that we need to continue to work and try to reinforce. But two, I think it depends on the legislation and the way that the criminal proceeding is handled too, to make sure that everything is sustainable, that you can say, yes, that there's enough evidence that this is a direct result from the trafficking operation that can be used for the seizing of assets. But it is a very challenging and tricky operation to do when you have an investigation or a criminal proceeding. It's not impossible. And I think I was looking to an example from a seizure assets fund from a country, and that was being used for victim restitution. But again, it has to be embedded in the legislation of the country for that to be able to work. I don't know if you would like to add something into that.
In Jamaica, we have the proceeds of crime legislation. And as the name says, proceeds of crime. So it allows for the court to make the relevant order in relation to monies that were derived from the offense. So it will be dependent on the trafficking itself and all that entails within the exploitation of the victim and the order of the court, whatever the court finds that the accused person is liable to pay as restitution, whether it can be determined that this person does have the assets to cover the restitution. And in fact, it's something that is challenging for us right now that we are working on to try to ensure that our victims are in fact paid the restitution. But in terms of getting the money from the criminal activity, legislation is there, it's in place, and it is just for the judge to make the order. And we will try to find it. Once it is there, we will find it. We have a constabulary financial investigations unit, and of course, we will certainly use up all that is available to us, the mutual legal assistance treaties, and all of that to try to track it down and to ensure our victims are paid the restitution.
Okay, thank you for that. What I'd like, if you in the audience have any questions, could you write it down and pass it to us so that we could address your questions while we're having the discussion on all of these various topics at the same time? So it might save us a little bit of time. Aileen will pass around some paper and I think there's some pens and whatnot. So if you could just jot your questions down and send it to us, and we'll address them as we go along instead of waiting until the end and you know, trying to maximize the amount of time that we have. Again, from our experience, and I'm talking from my own experience in interviewing victims, we noticed that the use of social media and the internet is what is driving a lot of the recruitment. So that they're being contacted via WhatsApp and all of these different social media platforms. They have so many now, I can't even name all of them. And it's being used increasingly to select the victims, to contact the victims, to recruit them, and to even exploit them. How can countries in the Caribbean control cyber-enabled trafficking in persons? And this will be for both of you, because you are investigating it and you are looking at it from the global perspective, Lisette.
I think, man, Mario, you and I have talked a lot over the course of this forum. We were discussing this morning because the first thing is, how do we control the internet? You know, we don't. There's so much that we don't know from the internet. There's so much that happens in the dark web, for example. There's so many literally free tools available for criminal, operations to happen that, how do we control it? And earlier we were talking about, I think the first thing is enabling our law enforcement with capacity to be able to investigate. So first you need to know what you're looking for, because like you said, it's easy to lose track of how many social media and platforms and online this, and now online games for kids, video gaming, online video gaming. It's another way to recruit children for exploitation as well. So I think the first thing would be capacity building with law enforcement to know, to help them learn and know what they're looking for. We were doing some training on open source intelligence. I think it was in December with a few countries too, of like trying to give them tools and to the best of our abilities, put them up to date with what's out there, but also the best tools available for them. And then two, sort of echoing to what you were saying, partnering with other organizations that have specialized units for that, like Interpol. It's a really good, really good resource as it relates to that could support operations. But I think it's going to be it's really hard with the internet to stay on top of everything that's available and that's out there. But the key is going to be, understanding and having the knowledge and capacity to understand what you're looking for
and partner if your government or, national structure don't have it to be able to investigate online. But it's increasingly challenging, I would say, because how do we control it,
Yeah. Well, for me, I think that this kind of situation will certainly, we will have to ramp up our awareness campaigns. We will definitely have to get our children involved. We'll have to get the parents involved, ensure that they are aware of the dangers and how to mitigate them. We cannot expect that we are the ones who are going to do everything. We have to get everyone's hand on deck. That is one thing. There are there are organizations like NECMEC that does great work on in terms of looking at what is happening and looking at what is happening with our children online, and they refer cases all over. Jamaica, for one, we are working with them on a number of cases that they have indicated that children in Jamaica are being victimized online. So let us work with these kinds of organizations, and also, as I said before, ensure that we ramp up the awareness campaigns, because that is where we're gonna get the results.
I will share an anecdote with you. It's very short. A few years ago, I think it was around 2020, 2021, when we were right after COVID, where, the risks and vulnerabilities to being, for online recruitment increased because kids, because of COVID, were pushed to be in their computers to go to school. And it posed such a big risk because now, even if they didn't want to, they had to be online to be on top of their programming and for everything because they couldn't go out. None of us could leave our houses. And I will never forget it. I was doing an awareness and prevention session with it used to be a migrant NGO in Trinidad. And we had a lot of kids online just talking about the dangers of TIP and the ways that you can prevent it and how you're aware and whatnot. And I remember asking the questions of, how about your friends from Facebook? Do you have a lot of friends on Facebook? How do you connect with people? And there was one girl, she was about 14. She says, "Oh, Lisa, I have a lot of friends on Facebook. And the coolest part is that I have friends from all over the place. A lot of people from different countries connect with me. And in fact, one of them is coming to meet me at the park next week." And I was like, oh, I didn't, we do this for a living. I was not going to be like, oh, you can do that. I was like, oh, how about that? And she's like, yeah, he contacted me and we started talking. He goes to school in this other country. We're the same age. We're going to meet. He said he was going to see me here, whatever. That obviously sparked our response with that NGO to eventually track and, talk with law enforcement and see what's going on. But something as simple as, no, you're not supposed to have friends from all over the world. You need to be aware of who's contacting you and how they use this type of platforms to take advantage of you, et cetera. So awareness is most definitely one of the bigger things in this, because that in there, it was just, oh yeah, he's coming to meet me next week. He's my age and he goes to school, and it's kind of mind blowing,
Yeah, because the internet is creating this global space. And I think young people have sometimes no awareness of, well, even where's Australia? Or where's this country in Europe? All we know is that we're online and we're chatting. So how difficult it is in your investigations, and what are some of the challenges that you would encounter in combating something of this nature? And even in your investigations of trafficking, what are some of the challenges you would encounter?
Well, in terms of cross-border trafficking, some of the challenges that we encounter, of course, we have been saying it, we are not working together enough, we are not partnering enough. And outside of that, there isn't enough border surveillance that is being carried out. There isn't enough sharing of intelligence that is being done. For example, we will get most of our victims identified are local victims, or not so much from the Caribbean, but we have had instances where our victims are in fact from the Caribbean. For example, though, if let's say it's a Jamaican that is trafficked in another Caribbean country. And so much of the information is withheld. But many of the times it is likely that the recruiter is in fact here in Jamaica. How do you expect or how do you intend on disrupting that ring without the help of the Jamaican authorities? Many times we will hear, oh, the victim does not want you to know, don't want the information to be passed, that they are in fact victims in Trinidad, for example. But we don't necessarily need to get the victim's name. Sometimes all we need is just the information that will allow us to help you and help ourselves. So that's a challenge in terms of the information is not being shared. Intelligence is not shared, and that is a real challenge because we want to know who the players are. And we want to help you stem your problem so we can stem ours. And one of the cases that I became aware of, what I learned is that the recruiter is not just recruiting for one trafficker. He's recruiting for several traffickers in many countries in the Caribbean. So therefore, he's a very vital player in what is happening in the region. So it's very important that we share the information. You don't have to tell us what the victim doesn't want us to tell us. It's their right and we respect that. But share just for us to be able to conduct an investigation and to bring that, ring to an end.
Can we safely say that social media has now created its own culture?
Definitely.
And there's a culture among young people. I mean, culture being a country's beliefs and social norms and whatnot. Is it that social media is creating this culture among young people that there's sometimes no fear of interacting with anybody anywhere in the world?
Yeah, and I think, the interesting part, and it's funny because you said it when you started talking about this, you said, I even lost track of all that there is. And, we lose track because we're in 100 different things at the same time. But yeah, I think it's created its own culture. Within those, it's the little subgroups, and then they start connecting, and that becomes its other thing. So for sure, and I think it affects also the understanding of these things for the general public. Like, unless you're aware of what TIP is and, vulnerabilities and whatnot, you go into some of these online groups and you can get really lost into, what is the concern and how these people are victims, et cetera.
I want to bring Oliver back into the conversation because IOM works a lot with the victims after they have been rescued and play a role in their rehabilitation. And one of the things, or this phrase that we've heard about is cultural competence, being defined as the ability to use information about another's culture to provide care that a person can accept comfortably. IOM, of course, has supported survivors from various regions, various countries. Can you share, Oliver, what countries some of these victims have been nationals of, especially in our region?
Okay. So for the Caribbean, starting in right in Guyana. So under the project that we manage in Guyana, we had support for victims from Guyana, of course, but also from Venezuela, from the Dominican Republic, Jamaica, India, and Brazil. Mostly though they were Venezuelans actually in the project, even though it didn't start at a time when Venezuelans were migrating at a large rate to Guyana. It ended up that the majority or the highest nationality in the case that we assisted were Venezuelan, followed by Guyanese. But also, if we look at our colleagues from IOM Trinidad, Dominican Republic colleagues, Haiti colleagues, and Curacao, I know from their missions, they would have supported migrants, sorry, victims of trafficking from Kenya as well, from Colombia, from Bangladesh, and of course Haitians also. So yeah, so we've had many a lot of like intra-country trafficking, but also we have those cases coming from different countries, and then in some of those cases, of course, we would have assisted with return and reintegration, not necessarily of course, in every case. Some of the cases of the nationals that we reintegrated might not have necessarily been cross-border trafficking, but there still would have been a societal reintegration that was necessary.
How important is it for us to understand and incorporate cultural factors when we respond to the needs of survivors?
Yeah, certainly very important. Crucial, in fact. We're all different. Our cultures are very important to us. You started to mention just now about social media becoming a culture, and definitely that's the case, having its own culture. Going back on that, it may require us to now have persons who are au fait with that culture to really be involved in our work, whether it's from our side with the victim support or the investigation side, so that we can, be kind of up to date or, and lockstep with the traffickers as they try to adjust their methods to catch authorities off guard. So, but with regard to the cultural factors being incorporated for the needs of survivors now, trafficking often starts at community or family level. So, in fact, many victims are lured into trafficking through family members or community members, and many have a history of abuse or violence in families. So that's one thing to take into consideration when it comes to those awareness sessions that one of the colleagues on the panel mentioned earlier, addressing root causes, working with those families and communities, understanding their cultures, things that might not be understandable to us, but we need to understand how they operate, how they see things, so that we can try to make the connection with what we understand to be, out of the way in terms of what should be done in a family setting. Also, understanding culture is key in what we call a victim-centered approach, survivor-centered approach, since they are key at the core of our work as case managers. So we want to make sure that they have full agency. If they have full agency, they must have access to their own culture. We need to understand their cultural considerations when we provide support. So what if it comes to food items, non-food items, if we're just doing those distributions, or if we have a survivor in a shelter, and we're giving them food, should we give them KFC? Is that what is person accustomed to eating? Would they prefer cassava bread? Would they prefer farine? So information that we provide, is it in their language? Direct assistance, can we find a way to have that done in their language as well? Of course, it could be a case-by-case basis. Again, not everyone is comfortable with somebody from their language. Maybe that has a link to the abuse that they've had. But consultation is important there as well. Skills training. What do they like to do? Do we think, is it that we think that they should be doing a cosmetology course, or is this something that they traditionally do in their culture? It's important to tailor to what they need and not what we think is best. And lastly, even provision of shelter itself. So for instance, for me, I was in one of our outlying communities in Guyana, and I saw some of the Warao Venezuelans living by the water and hammocks and tarpaulin and trees and so on. So I was like, what's going on there? How are we allowing this, or why are we not providing shelter for them? But then I understand that they are more comfortable in this setting. So are we re-traumatizing them by trying to impose on them what we believe is a setting that they should be comfortable in? So these things as well we need to consider to honor persons, their culture, and for them to actually be comfortable in the situation, which will give them a better chance of recovery and reintegration than if we just impose what we believe to be the norm or the standard of what they should have or receive.
I took from that KFC is a universal food for all the different cultures.
For sure.
I have one more question for you, Oliver.
Sure.
And how difficult, especially when we have migrants in different countries, especially we mentioned Kenya and India and some of these other countries. How difficult is it in reintegrating victims of trafficking? I mean, when we're talking about return and reintegration, and IOM has, as you mentioned, has this robust program, what are some of the challenges and the main challenges that IOM would have encountered?
Yeah, so definitely there are a lot of challenges in returning or reintegrating someone. As you mentioned, the situation that a person is currently in might not be what they were in before. What was normal before might no longer be normal for them. So they have to go to a new normal. So we can't necessarily assume that the past is what they want to return to. So there are a lot of difficulties that we have seen. One, of course, is money. So IOM is projectized. You depend on project funding. So a lot of times the project may be short. Don't have the funding available to really see the whole process through, to keep providing continued reintegration services. And of course, if we can't do that, it's difficult to measure success and have the data to show, well, this, we did this, we applied this, and this helped this process to move smoother than another one. Of course, there's also sometimes the interdisciplinary support systems are lacking, those referral systems. So that provides difficulty. We also see sometimes there's too much focus on the economic reintegration and not more of those psychosocial aspects, the support that is needed there, the link between the social and the economic reintegration. You find out one kind of goes hand in hand with the other. And of course, so back to the resources. These cases, a reintegration case can take time. So with limited resources, sometimes we see that that's an issue. So one thing that is probably a good practice is sometimes to bring the civil society on board, because they may be in the fields for a longer period. They might already have programs that extend beyond our projects. So they can kind of, as long as they have that support capacity and partnership with the government, be able to kind of take these things forward. One last thing is just the do no harm principle. We try to do reintegration and returns with that principle in place. We don't want to put somebody in a situation where things are worse than if we did not support at all. So that's something to take into consideration, where somebody might want to return, but then you are forced not to support that return. I think, for instance, returns to Haiti or suspended. So our colleagues there were not able to support returns to Haiti. So that, of course, the person may not necessarily be happy with that, but you don't want to put somebody in a situation that makes matters more difficult for them, maybe close to a trafficker or so on. So those are some of the challenges that we face. And of course, one of the colleagues also mentioned the international cooperation. So it's not always easy to have all those parties in play and to have seamless cooperation. So that can be a challenge sometimes as well.
Yeah, and one of the things that we have to think about too is that, and we're not going to discuss it here because we're almost out of time, but there are some victims of trafficking who clearly can become refugees, because if they were to be sent back to their home country, they would clearly be persecuted. And that's one of the things that we have to look at and think about, is that nexus between trafficking and asylum and at refugee status. But this is beyond what we're going to discuss here. So there are a number of questions, and I want to touch on a couple of them. How important is it to have at a port of entry a billboard about trafficking in persons?
I think it's super important. I was telling the workshop group earlier of an anecdote of a program we have in Domrep with the airport, in which we have signs in the bathroom, with very short, small indicators of tip and the national tip line. And when you fly in, it's one of those things that's there. You see it if you're using, if you're using the restroom, you put your side up and you see it. And we had a scenario in which 2 Venezuelan girls came into Domrep
and they just got in, whatever, they were brought in. Apparently, when they went into the terminal, they saw the signs, they went on with their business. And then I don't even know how long after, honestly, because they didn't pass that information to us. But after some time, one of them returned to the airport. And I'm not talking one day, I'm talking about months. They were brought into Dom Rep to be sexually, victims of sexual exploitation. And one of them had seen the sign at the airport when she arrived, at the baggage claim and in the restroom. And she went in and she approached one of those people that help, that carry you if you're using the wheelchair. If you're using a wheelchair, and she approached them and she said, hey, I came here, I got nothing, but when I arrived, I saw this sign in the restroom, and I think I'm a victim of human trafficking, and that activated that response. And the sole thing of that was having that little sign in the bathroom, because she saw it when she arrived and she used the restroom, and that led to that, feeling like she could ask somebody for help. So it is, in awareness, there's never enough awareness. And I think touching base on what you were saying, as much awareness as we can have, it's welcome, honestly, in the air and everywhere we can have it. I don't think there's enough spaces and we can put information to try to prevent people to fall in prey of trafficking. So I think it's super important. I actually get very excited when I go to airports and I see it from whoever, because there's so many organizations that use airports or any other venues to showcase information. Hotels, I've seen hotel lobbies, I've seen elevators, I've seen quite a few places that have information and awareness available. So I think it's super relevant, yes.
And
Just to jump in, sorry.
yes.
Oh, can I? Sorry. I
Yes,
was gonna say,
go ahead.
yeah,
Please.
I was gonna say also, I mean, what Lisette mentioned there, but the victims themselves seeing it, also others may see it. Also others who may be going towards a situation of being, may not have understood what they're actually about to enter into, may see it and they may trigger something. But yeah, others may see the situation and use it, and use a number or call the hotline maybe. Also, it might keep the immigration officers right there at the airport with this topic in mind. It might not necessarily be on top of the mind, but if you're right there working on the port and you're seeing the sign there and these indicators and so on, it might keep you thinking about that as you do your interviews and so on. And of course, it's important, if we have those, for them to be in languages for persons who, I guess, usually traverse the country or enter the country. That would include sign language if necessary. So yeah.
Yeah. There are a lot of questions here that ask about corruption and how we deal with it, whether there are anti-corruption measures that we could put in place, how do we ensure people adhere to the law, what percentage of proceeds of crime should be going towards victims. There are a number of things that we could talk about. We're running out of time. I'm sure we're out of time now before Giselle comes and really pulls my hair. Yes, Diane, I have to take something from you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make a contribution. Thank you. I just wanted to make a contribution because it's something that has been coming up, just so that we're clear on the distinct regimes between the proceeds of crime arm, which really comes about because of a financial investigation, which is independent of the trafficking investigation, and restitution, which is a judicial option based on the conviction of the trafficker and so on. Because I know perhaps in some jurisdictions, the proceeds of crime can perhaps be funneled into restitution. But in some jurisdictions, for example, in Jamaica, there are two distinct principles. So restitution is solely an assessment of what monetary figure, even though there's really none, that can, put the victim back in the place where he or she would have been had their lives not been disrupted by the trafficking experience, which is not dependent at all on any proceeds of crime investigation, which really would have to be done if an award is going to be made under the Proceeds of Crime Act. So in short, what I'm saying, and it goes back to the point I made earlier this morning, that perhaps a good practice across the different jurisdictions in the region is that once we're doing a human trafficking investigation, the financial investigations unit or division or whatever financial unit you have that does those investigations has their own independent investigation where they're doing the financial profiling of the traffickers, etc., with a view to instituting those financial proceedings and having the proceeds forfeited and so on, which should not be confused with the restitution under the criminal arm under the trafficking legislation. So just wanted to have those principles put on the
That
table.
clarifies some of the questions
Yes.
that were posed. So I just want to thank my panelists because we covered a lot, and in talking about cross-border trafficking, there's so much we could talk about that we can't really talk about in an hour and a half. But this was to raise some of the issues. There's one thing that I want to leave you with, and I want Oliver and Lisette, we have to recognize what climate change is going to do to the region and to migration, and that the vulnerabilities that would create for persons and moving them into perhaps this trafficking situation. And I really want to close with that. And if Lisette and Oliver could quickly, I know I'm going over my time, but I think this issue of climate change and what can happen to this region is absolutely important.
Thank you. So the first thing, and for us, is working within our mandates, and we work out with crimes that affect the environment, and crimes that affect the environment obviously affect climate change, and then climate change is one of those enablers for human trafficking. When we were going over our conversation before the forum, I went through UNODC's TIP report, and we had that in 2021, 23.7 million people were internally displaced by weather-induced natural disasters. And our region is very prone for that, as we very well know it. And I think one of those things that for UNODC, what we're doing is working with our mandate of directly our programs specific to the crimes against the environment, but two, promoting member states into enhancing or providing options for livelihoods for those people who have lost their way of life precisely because of climate change. So if you've lost your crops or ways to be able to do agriculture, that you find any other sustainable way to help and sustain your family. That doesn't mean that you have to go through exploitation or vulnerable to it to sustain yourself. I guess in short, because I know we're short of time. Oliver, I'll pass it to you.
Yes, for sure. And I know we actually starting this discussion now because we are working on our regional migration and environment and climate change project. And I know that Free Slaves has some some work or some thought about the climate change trafficking and forces nexus. We do have a report or something that examines or thinks about the nexus in the Asia Pacific region. So it'd be good if we could bring that to the Caribbean region, but it does talk about slow onset disasters, sudden onset disasters, and sudden onset disasters which have plagued us in the region. I mentioned a couple, Hurricane Maria and so on. If persons are moving after those disasters, likely they won't have planned their movement. Therefore, it might be an irregular migration route being taken, and so on, and that presents the same vulnerabilities that other forest movement presents. So for sure, that can become a big issue, and then something that we need to examine more, look for the connection more, and see if it is happening. Of course, it's difficult to measure displacement because displacement happens and then movement happens after displacement. So it's difficult to say, to have a snapshot in time of what's actually happening. But it's important to indeed examine the nexus to see whether it's happening, when there's planned relocation, when there's evacuations after a sudden onset disaster. The traffickers also are aware that disasters happening. Are they also starting to mobilize when they see these things and move towards the opportunity? They see the vulnerabilities that arise as well. So once again, as we talked about many times before, as they're making steps, we need to stay in lockstep or get ahead if possible. And this is one area where that's important too.
Wonderful. And with that, we close. I thank you for your indulgence. I thank the panelists for their expertise. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
And sorry, Navina, I took up some of your time.
Perfect. You did such a good job. Thank you. Thanks. All right, guys, that was a great panel. I mean, there were so many insights there, and just hearing all of these experiences and really peppering that with lived experience of like what's gone on. It was really very useful. So now we've been seated for quite a while, so we're going to get up and have a coffee break. I know we all enjoy those little treats and coffees. And then we come back for my session. Get super, super pumped. This is going to be awesome. But yeah, you have until 3:30. You have until 3:30 to come back. All right, we'll see you soon, guys. All right, everyone. I hope you're ready for the final session of today, which is also going to be a very exciting one. So because I've been told that I'm quite a contentious person, I like to stoke controversy instead of finding consensus, which is always very helpful. What we're going to be doing today is giving all of the participants here a voice in what we think the current pulse of the movement is. So right now, from the global forums, we are trying through Alliance 8.7 to have a narrative that captures what the current issues are in our field, so that when we communicate to UN agencies, to other governments, we can say, this is what the leaders of the anti-trafficking movement in all parts of the world think you need to be focused on. These are the things that are going wrong, because really we haven't changed our field-wide narrative in almost 24 years. 24 years since Palermo was passed, and there's not a unified statement on behalf of our movement that says of anything that's changed. There's still an overemphasis in many contexts on sex trafficking over labor trafficking. There's a lot of dissension about whether there's comorbidity of those things, how we see those victims and their rights, survivors' rights. So this is our moment, especially at the regional forums, to say, as a Caribbean set of leaders in the anti-trafficking space, this is what we want the world to know about what we're dealing with. And of course, because I don't leave things to chance, we have a list of debates that we would like to separate you all into. You may self-select, and then we'll talk about it. I'm calling them the 4 C's of the Caribbean. Now, these debates include 1, the question of corruption versus capacity. This is something that's been coming up in a lot of our discussions. It's mostly this contention I see, again, another C. This is very exciting for me. The contention I see really between the idea of public corruption, the idea that governments with a very large mandate and limited government resources may not have the capacity to deliver on all of the things that they're mandated or required to. And then how do you prioritize that? Honestly, as a statistician, I think about that all the time. Brian made a really great analogy for this. If you are responsible for 10 million people, but only potentially 50,000 of the people in your country may be affected by trafficking, how do you put a disproportionate amount of resources towards that versus the many other things that happen? How do we have an evolved understanding of vulnerability? And how do we address true corruption within government, vice a lack of capacity? So how do we address that in a way, especially as we deal with small island developing states with the kinds of like migration flows, the kinds of transient populations from tourism that we have? How do we address that? So that's one question. And I think that gets to the heart of some of this non-state and state actor collaboration. Like, how do we see this as less of an antagonistic, competitive thing, which I'll get to in a bit about funding, but how do we get to the fact of we're all united against corruption, but how do we help government to do what they're mandated to do? And truly, again, from my background in transnational organized crime, that's really why a lot of these things exist, because government naturally has an outsized mandate for what they're given resources to do. So when we're looking at this, how are we thinking about the capacity of these governments? And that's actually exactly where civil society fills in. Civil society organizations exist to provide the services that governments cannot or are not. And so I think there's a real question here about how we work together for corruption versus capacity. The second item is climate change. We've heard in our last session how climate change will disproportionately affect the small island developing states of the Caribbean. And I think your voice needs to be really heard on this issue because the disproportionate effect on you all is not counterbalanced by the benefits of the private planes and the commercial air traffic and all of the things that are disproportionately causing climate change. I think as it relates to modern slavery, specifically small island developing states need to have a voice in what that looks like and what the kinds of policy outcomes should be and what kinds of attention and protections you feel Caribbean countries in particular deserve from the rest of the movement as we move towards climate refugees and climate displacement. Then there's the issue of concurrent crises. We've heard a lot about this throughout all of our panels. There's crises with immigration. We've heard about the Venezuelan migrants that are flooding Trinidad and Tobago and Aruba, Curacao, all of these places. We know that these concurrent crises are comorbid with the fail of governments, with constant economic hyperinflation, which is not going to get any better in the short term, and the fact that there are just these kinds of issues, intrastate conflict as it relates to guerrilla warfare in Colombia. When we're talking about how we look at some of these issues, I think the Caribbean is a really great example of, as a corollary, not just of environmental change, what are we going to do about the fact that our countries with their the weakened capacity, the less amount of GDP and amount of government resources here, what can we do to address concurrent crises, and how do we have preemptively protective vulnerability measures? And that's really something that I work on in a lot of my modeling, and I think it's something we need to address. Now, the last piece is something that's really ubiquitous across all regions of the world and all anti-trafficking CSOs in particular, but it applies to government funding as well, particularly because there's competition here. We have an incentive to be competitive. There's limited funding from IOM, UNODC, private foundations like Minderoo. There's just limited funding in general. So when we're looking at a government grant, we're not applying as CARICOM. You're applying as your government, your country, and that puts us innately in a state of competition. So what can we do specifically in this region to focus or perhaps transition to a state of collaboration, and what can that message be to potential funders? So remember, this statement is going out on behalf of all of us that have participated in all of these forums to communicate to funders, to governments, to the UN, to everyone. These are the priorities, these are the issues, and these are the solutions. So what I'd like to do is separate us into the four corners of the room. Basically, we're going to go kind of counterclockwise. I play card games a lot with my family. I think that's a very Caribbean thing, as I understand it. And I've been told by my daughter's very white father, very American father, that we deal backwards. So I'm dealing backwards. We're going to start here, and this is going to be corruption versus capacity. So anyone that wants to debate that will be at this front table here. The third table in the back is going to be climate change, talking about the issues related to climate change. In the left, my left corner, so I guess you're right, yeah, you guys, that's going to be concurrent crises. So how do you deal with like the comorbidity of like economic, social, migration crises? And then collaboration versus competition is going to be the table I was sitting at the front here. Now, what I'd like to do is give you guys 20 minutes-ish. I'll walk around also and stoke some controversy, but 20 minutes to really flesh out some of the ideas here. And I'd like to have a better understanding of maybe your top 3 takeaways from the nature of the problem. And if you have time, your top 3 potential solutions. What are the ways that we can get around this? And that's what I'd like to see come out of these sessions. So actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I'll give you guys 30 minutes. That's kind of a lot. So top 3 takeaways for each of these things on the nature of the problem, and then top 3 potential solutions. And then we'll come back together and discuss them all at the end. So this is kind of your marching orders. I'd like to see what we have, and we'll be rocking around. Thanks, guys.
So I just got feedback from McKinney. He wants me to kind of summarize the document, just so that there's a context for it.
Sure.
Not now, after this.
Oh, okay, great.
So we'll do.
I'd say this is what's already been said. Actually,
Yeah.
it's better after so that they're not
Right.
tempered by
So we'll
it.
do all of this, and then I'll talk about the document, and then we can say let's frame our answers within the context of the document or like, the ideas of it.
Okay, that sounds really
I'm
good.
just gonna go pull it up.
Spell it out, yeah. That sounds good. So you guys are corruption capacity. Are you guys working on corruption capacity too? Or what are you guys working on? Oh, I see. Oh, so you're gonna choose your own adventure. That's a good idea. I like that. I like that. Yeah, so this is corruption and capacity, and you guys are climate change. Yeah. Corruption and capacity, and then, well, the Four Seas of the Caribbean is like the total title, kind of. Collaboration and competition is that table. Giselle. That one. Collaboration and corruption. Giselle is very collaborative. Yeah, right there. Yeah, thank you. What are you guys choosing? You feel very competitive to me. Yeah. Why are you guys nervous? The concurrent crises is a good one. You guys need to be at the first table. Aren't you worried about government capacity here and corruption? I think you guys should go to the first table for corruption and capacity. Don't let them call you corrupt. Go tell them what's what. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You should go. You're like nervous about it. Where are you going?
I don't know. What are they? I got confused. I thought we are
There's climate change, which is like, how are they going to address that in the Caribbean, which is important. This one is concurrent crisis. So what do you do, like government collapse and all the rest of it when you what's going on? And then that one is I know. That's what I'm saying. They're all good topics. You got to pick a good one, though.
So we are.
Yours is concurrent crises. Concurrent crises. So like government collapse, economic issues, like Venezuela. The government failed. The economics went all over. Migration went crazy. So how it affects the Caribbean. And you need 3 ideas from like the summary of the problem and 3 potential solutions. One potential solution I think for you guys is to use like try to predict, like we know what happens, like when a government fails, everything goes, all the like, there it is. There it is. Have a holistic migration solution, or like temporary regional passes for migration is good. Yeah, you can stay here. Yeah, do the economic. You got it. Concurrent crises. You got it. Ladies, where are we going?
We're seeking directives.
You're seeking directives. Well, which one do you be really good with? Collaboration versus competition, or corruption and capacity? Because really, you kind of work like in the intersection.
This side.
So collaboration and competition is over there.
Collaboration and competition, and the other one is?
And that one is corruption and capacity. So like how do you deal with a government not delivering but also not having a lot of capacity? Like how do we tell the difference between truly doing it on purpose or not being able to do it? And then how does civil society help, I guess?
All right, thanks.
Are you guys making up your own table here?
We are corruption party.
We are pseudo corruption.
I love it. defending at the same
We
time.
are. That's good. Oh, so you told them you're just gonna co-opt it. That's good.
Doing the thing.
I like it.
It's tough too because the more I've been explaining the different topics, they kind of run together in my head. This is why I'm not a lawyer. This is why academia has ruined me. Because I'm just like, well, really, aren't they all the same thing? And I'm like, well, no, they shouldn't be. So the more I've been asked to like clarify, I'm getting more confusing.
So the capacity part is the response to corruption, essentially?
Well, so I think it's more that, you know, one of the real challenges we have in the Caribbean, as we do in many other places, obviously, but here, because we have so many small island developing states, there's a perception of corruption, right? That the government is not capable, that the government is willfully, like, doing wrong, right? This is the question of intent, I think. Are they corrupt, or are they simply incapable? What is causing the government not to deliver on what we need for trafficking in persons, to control the migration problem, to control economic crises, political crises, whatever contributes to it? Is it, and if it isn't ill will, if it isn't intentionally that they're allowing corruption to run rampant or they are corrupt, how can we overcome that as a problem? Like, how do we then use them to like operationalize anti-corruption measures?
Oh, thank you.
All right, guys, I've been hearing some interesting conversations, but to help spur you along a little bit further, Brian's going to give you some additional context of some of the big picture ideas that we're seeing from some of the other regions, and that'll probably help you coalesce some of your 3 big takeaway summary points of the problem and your 3 potential solutions. So over to Brian.
All right. Whoa, that's really loud. Okay, let's maybe there. Okay. So I wanted to kind of provide a bit of context related to the narrative. So at the Global Forum in Punta Cana, Dominican Republic last year in May, we Free the Slaves, as part of the forum's series, launched, I'm just going to sit down so I don't drop this. So we launched a process to kind of incubate a new narrative for the anti-modern slavery movement. Not to create one ourselves, but to facilitate the process across the regions, to kind of understand what has changed since the current kind of default narrative has come into play years ago. So, just a second here. So in general, the anti-trafficking, anti-modern slavery narrative has largely remained unchanged since the movement was founded in the early 2000s. It often defaults to sex trafficking, and not in all regions and not in all spaces, but there's often a bit of an emphasis on sex trafficking. And that narrative has been good and has done a lot of good, but we just want to make sure that as we move into the next 20 years of anti-trafficking work, hopefully there's not 20 more years, maybe we can solve it before then, that we kind of address more of the complexity of it and be intentional about what we include both regionally and globally. So when we talk about the complexity, different things we've talked about in the last couple sessions over the last day: sex trafficking, labor trafficking, child labor, organ trafficking, trafficking for surrogacy. Somebody brought up pig butchering this morning from Asia, which is a relatively new thing. So there's a lot of these different elements that trying to figure out how to combine all of those into a narrative that is complex enough to encompass all of those different facets, but simple enough to actually develop the necessary public and political will to get people to engage, to build collaboration, to build will for funding, for policy change, all of those things. So the document that I believe all of you received earlier this morning or last night, I'm not sure when it went out, you should have received it by email, is the draft narrative that was developed in Punta Cana. And in that document, we talk about the idea of global warming, climate change as a sample narrative. The phrase global warming, climate change is immediately recognizable as an issue that everyone cares about. Whether we care, and depending on where you are, again, how people care about it is different. Some people are very anti-global warming or anti-caring about it, and other people are very concerned about the effects of global warming. And we've had conversations about climate change here and its effect with human trafficking. But the goal is, with the narrative for the anti-trafficking movement, to have a similar type of narrative that is equal in terms of recognizability and buy-in across the global society. So how do we develop a narrative that will help us create public, political, and economic will to actually do what we need to do to end modern slavery and human trafficking? And I think some of what Davina has put up here is really a good core of that debate in terms of corruption versus capacity, climate change and concurrent crises, in terms of can modern slavery, human trafficking be a concurrent crisis with climate change? Can those narratives work together, or will there be not too much competition? Is some of the things we need to work out in terms of how do we develop this narrative? Okay. Guess that's the end of my notes. But yeah, so I guess moving forward from here, the idea is, how do we adjust the narrative that we have? What's missing from that narrative? What is maybe needs to be changed as we kind of try and facilitate this development moving forward?
Thank you, Brian. And actually, we are running out of time. We are almost at the conclusion here. So you may not be ready, you may never be ready, but we're going to start with our little group feedback from the corruption versus capacity people. So let's hear, you don't have to come up with the 3 big takeaways and the 3 solutions, but let's hear maybe one of each. Good luck, guys. Oh. You ready?
We didn't have a solution. All we had was a corruption.
That's okay. You got a part 2 over there that might be able to help you with the solutions. Go ahead. The panic has ensued. Don't worry, guys. We're just going to basically give a summary of what you've brainstormed at this point, and Brian will be capturing it for the document.
Okay, what we
Actually, sorry, one more.
I'm gone.
Giselle, the link that went out has the editable one that you can make comments on, correct? Yes. Okay. So just to clarify, I will take notes here because I think everything that comes out of this room is very important. Also, in the email that you received that has the document, there's a link to a Google Doc where you can add your comments to the document directly, and then Dr. Brooke Bello, who is facilitating this process but couldn't be here, will incorporate those, and then she'll also be reaching out to everyone here via email for some additional Google Meet sessions to go through the document in detail.
Bought you a couple seconds.
Okay, my 2 seconds. Okay, so on corruption, we have, we're not going to call out the island name. We're going to disclose because we know. Throughout the Caribbean, we have government that is aware. Excuse me?
Oh, they said you can call it out if you want to.
Oh. The classified information. Okay, throughout the Caribbean, we have a government that is aware of what's going on, take no action. We have traditionally very slow to prosecute persons in law enforcement or in a high official position. We have also informers. Their life is on the line if, we always say, If you see something, say something. However, inform us. The witness protection program, I must say, in the Caribbean is it's not there yet. We're still working on that. Officials are bending the rules, and that's discouraging the victims to come forth and to speak. So therefore, we need more accountability is needed. And jobs that are illegal, people turn a deaf ear to it. You know, hey, it's just a job. It's called survival. Do we really know who is doing all of this in law enforcement?
Thank you. No calling out of the government, though. Very collaborative, I might say. So, part two, do you guys have anything you want to add? Or I'm putting you on the spot.
Hi, I've talked so much. Here, Jenny. No, I think we were talking, and while you were here with some of it when we were discussing corruption, I think it depends a lot on, what happens and understanding with the victims and the context of each one of the cases to see how dealing with corruption is not just saying, oh yeah, people are bad. It's understanding how trafficking networks also use corruption as means to continue to feed the trafficking cycle. And then how do we deal with it? I don't think I was that part of the conversation because I arrived late, but I think that was. I don't think. Yeah, No, I don't think so. But yeah, sorry, that was very short.
No, that's great. So it sounds like from the corruption and capacity question, there's a huge push for accountability. That public accountability, holding identified perpetrators of corruption accountable, building trust in the public, especially being able to defeat these counter narratives about the government not being people that can come out and help. That seems very important. I think those are great takeaways for the region. And witness protection programs, that's great. So, who do we have for climate change? Okay, let's see. Very exciting.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So, on behalf of the climate change crew over here, most of them have disappeared and left me, but it's okay. I will remember them. So what we looked at was that we had a brief discussion on how climate change can affect trafficking in persons, and it largely came back to what we thought would be migration patterns and vulnerabilities. So some of the takeaways we came up with was that climate change in the long term will affect livelihoods. For example, droughts or natural disasters maybe can affect the agricultural sector or the fisher folk. And so that affecting their livelihoods make them vulnerable. Some of them would want to migrate. And that makes them also now very susceptible to trafficking in persons looking for a better life. We also thought about the fact that climate change can affect certain social benefits in the country, for example, food security, housing, etc., which again comes back to making the population more inclined to migrate and making more vulnerable to trafficking in persons. My friend here raised a very important issue about relocation from rising sea levels. Most of the Caribbean countries the population is largely on the coastline. And so therefore, climate change in the long term could affect these communities, which lead to relocation. That relocation, again, creates vulnerabilities because they're going to have to be moved and dislocated from their homes. And of course, then there's also the climate change resulting in natural disasters could lead residents vulnerable to, for example, forced labor. where their livelihoods have been cut off and they're being taken advantage of now and being put into situations of forced labor. So that's kind of just some of the ideas, some of the takeaways we had. Some of the solutions, well, first of all, we believe a planned response is always important from all sectors of society, the government, the NGOs, where that needs to be thought about as to what can be done and what should be done. Another, of course, not only for trafficking in persons, but generally for climate change, Caribbean countries do need to be climate change resilient. So now is the time to put in place systems to offset the climate change factors. There was a suggestion, of course, that we should have a dedicated climate change relief funding, both national and regional levels. This will, of course, offset the effects of climate change, therefore hopefully lessening the possibility of trafficking in persons. And one of the big factors we thought, of course, again, is awareness campaigns. Not only from climate change side of things, but trafficking in persons. Because, at least speaking from Jamaican perspective, and I'm sure maybe the rest of the Caribbean as well, a lot of the population isn't even really aware of what's happening with regard to climate change. They may say something like, oh yes, today is very hot, or boy, May used to be the rainy month, but it's no longer, but they're not connecting it to climate change. And on the same front, the population, a large part of the population is not really aware of the risk of trafficking in persons and what that might manifest as. And so awareness campaigns on both areas, and then of course a connection between both areas would be very important. So, okay, I think that's my group. Thank you.
You guys, it was possible to solve the problem in the for 30 minutes here. That was great. All right, friends, are we ready for this? The concurrent crises table? Yes.
Thank you. Our group looked at the collapse of government. Our scenario has to do with number one, once there's the collapse, there is massive migration. And we in particularly talked about Haiti, Venezuela, Cuba, just to name a few countries. There is also the transitional organization, criminal groups that takes over the gangs. Looking at the news here in Jamaica, we saw the Haiti situation where one particular person, he is the gang leader, and some of the things that we are aware that's happening there. And then there's the vulnerable groups that suffers, the disabled. So this is all a part of when a government collapses. Solutions, and my abled team members can jump in when you're ready. But the solutions, we think that international donors' funding needs to be increased to assist affected countries, like Venezuela, Haiti, to name a few. The Caribbean needs to be more effective in planning for these sorts of crises. And then we also thought about including the effective groups in drafting for migrants and solutions. And so.
Sustainability. So like in Jamaica, we have Haitians coming over, and so we took some over the disabled because we looked at the vulnerable and said, okay, fine. But at the end of the day, where they're placed, we also know that there are funding challenges there. But we have them there as long as Haiti continues. What does that mean in terms of quality service? So we can't keep, it's great to take in, not a problem, but we need to have a sustainability plan around how do we help our partners, our other country partners. I don't think we don't really have a serious plan. I know we have CARICOM and we have all the other named regional institutions, because I think they're named. How, to what extent? That they can do what they need to do is another story, but the whole collaborative partnership way of how we do things, we need help around sustainability.
That's a very good long-term solution, and it dovetails so well with the climate change solution. So thank you, guys. That was great. Yes, very well done. Now to our last group who have co-opted my little table here. How do we feel? Who's going to be talking to us about collaboration versus competition?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So we had collaboration versus competition. We have several problems and a few solutions, but we're going to keep on trucking. The first thing is the issue of working in silos. So different groups are focusing on what they're doing in their area, whether NGO or CSO, and especially for the CSOs, this kind of working in silos, when you're having access to the same funding, it fosters a spirit of competition because you want this funding, I want this funding, we all want this funding. The other challenge was the challenge that government and agencies tend to have more policies on what kinds of initiatives they can get involved in, how they can get involved, and of course that affects how they can work with CSOs. The next thing, of course, mistrust with government, but we did hear of a good situation of prosecution and collaboration. We were told about the Mutual Legal Systems Act, am I getting that correct? Legal Assistance Act, sorry. And it's put in place to help assist CARICOM nationals in working together in prosecuting a case. So it's a good example of collaboration that we were discussing. The solutions that we came up with, one more challenge that we talked about was that many of the ways in which we work with survivors are very community-based but not formalized. So a particular CSO might have a working victim support service, but it's not formalized, so everybody doesn't have access or know about it. So again, the competition and collaboration concern there. We talked about increased victim-centered support and maybe having an MOU for TIP units across the CARICOM to work together and encouraging more joint projects between CSOs that are established and newly up-and-coming CSOs who are working in trafficking, or maybe even UN agencies and local community organizations to help with the issue of getting funding together.
Thank you, guys. So, Brian, you've got all of that? So that was exceptional. I think you guys have really synthesized quite a lot, and I think it's going to help to really represent some of the major issues that we're looking at for our region. So now we're kind of heading into our conclusion, wrap up and adjournment time with some networking opportunities. So Dr. Balfour, I think that's over to you for any wrap up, right? Was it not it? And thank you all for participating. It was really fun confusing every single table with conflating all of the topics. So thank you for indulging me.
Thank you so much, Davina. Filling in sort of at the last minute call. We had someone else who usually would run this session, but Davina filled in on her behalf. So thank you. Let's thank Davina for doing double duty today. Thank you so much. And we are at the end of the second day. One more day to go. We are doing fantastic, right? It's been going great. Anybody here disappointed that they came? Okay, because I was about to be heartbroken. All right, thank you so much for indulging me. And so we have one more day to go, and we're going to meet here tomorrow. What time? Right on the dot. Y'all didn't come 8:30 this morning. Not 8:35, 8:30 exactly on the dot right here for our final day. We're going to talk about the gaps and we're going to come up with an action plan. So have a good evening. Enjoy your time and we will see you again tomorrow.